you. you. you Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Shalom, people. It is Wednesday, March 18th at 1:33 in the morning. I am your brother from another mother, and this is New Jersey Ride. Thank you for riding with me. I appreciate you. You already know what it is. For the next 8 hours, we're going to be picking people up and dropping them off. Nothing to it. Anybody can do it. Not anybody should. Shout outs to everybody who is doing it. If you a Lyft driver, Uber driver, Via driver, via Jersey City, and any other rideshare platform, Big up yourself. If you are a cab driver, bus driver, limo driver, light rail operator, train engineer, and its conductor, big up yourself. And the heartbeat of America, the blood flow of the country, the truck drivers. Thank you for what you do. I've seen what can happen when you stop. It's not good. So thank you for your service. I appreciate you. For the next 8 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, 5 hours, we're going to be picking people up and dropping them off. You already know what it is. So let's do this. Let's see what the news got to offer this morning. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Wanganui, New Zealand.
And I'm Ethan Clark in London.
It's Tuesday, March 17th. Today,
Israel says Iran's security chief Larijani has been killed.
drone and rocket attacks target the US embassy in Iraq. Trump says he's surprised at Iran's retaliation against Gulf states, despite sources saying he was warned. As Gulf nations themselves consider other options of getting oil and gas out, with the Strait of Hormuz blocked. And Cuba's national electric grid collapses. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
March matchups are here, and Kalshi is giving away $1 billion for a perfect bracket. No one's ever done it. The odds are about 1 in 9.2 quintillion. Kalshi's also giving $1 million to the top bracket and $1 million to charity. It's free to enter. No deposit or purchase required. Entries open after selection Sunday and close before the round of 64 tips Thursday. Download the app or visit Kalshi.com to enter. Eligibility requirements apply. No purchase necessary. Let her win. Participants must be 18 years of age or older. Not available outside the United States and Europe or Florida. Contest not endorsed by or associated with the NCAA. Official rules apply. See Kalshi.com/$1 billion bracket for more information.
First, some breaking news. Israel says Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed. He would be the most senior figure assassinated since Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei was killed on the first day of the war. Defense Minister Israel Katz says Golan Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's Basij forces, has also been killed. The Basij militia are a paramilitary force under the control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's often used from Iran on Katz's remarks. For more on this story, head to Reuters.com or the Reuters app.
A blast and a ball of fire in Baghdad as rockets and drones are fired at the US embassy. US officials say no injuries have been reported so far. It's the latest incident US interests in Iraq in retaliation for the war, which began on February 28th. Iran itself has also the United Arab Emirates. President Donald Trump has said these kind of retaliatory strikes on the Gulf had not been expected.
Yes, sir. How are you? I'm well.
But sources say he was warned about just that before the conflict. Tehran has already demonstrated its reach, attacking airports, ports, oil facilities, and commercial hubs across the Gulf with missiles and drones. The Strait of Hormuz. Two other sources say Trump was also briefed ahead of the operation that Tehran would likely seek to close the strait. Gulf states are now urging the US not to stop short by leaving Iran still able to threaten the Gulf's oil lifeline and the economies that depend on it. Meanwhile, President Trump is expressing frustration at the lackluster reception his call for help to reopen the Strait of Hormuz has received.
And I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us.
Trump says he thinks that France's Emmanuel Macron will have it.
He's been on a scale of 0 to 10. I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's friends.
Although the EU, of which France is a member, apparently has no plans to extend their existing deployment in the Middle East to the Strait of Hormuz. One thing several US allies have done, France as well as Canada, the UK, Germany and Italy, is warned that a, quote, significant Israeli ground offensive in Lebanon must be averted. Footage released by the Israeli military shows soldiers firing into what appears to be a home in a night raid in Lebanon's south. Reuters could not independently verify the video, but a statement from the military said it had located and dismantled a Hezbollah weapons cache. Israel is also continuing its bombardment of Iran and says it's planning for at least 3 more weeks of war with thousands of targets left to hit. But as Jerusalem Bureau Chief Rami Ayoub explains, that timeline has multiple factors at play.
The Israelis have said, or at least acknowledged privately, that they will continue on bombing targets in Iran until the U.S. pulls the plug on the operation. Very much acknowledging that Trump will be the one who decides when this war ends. The 3-week period may have been announced in order to ease domestic pressures. 3 weeks from now is when the Jewish Passover holiday will be ending, and that, of course, would mean that children who have been out of school since the start of war could potentially go back to school once the Passover holiday is complete. At this point, that is just speculation within Israel. It very much could be that if we get past the next 3 weeks and there is no declared end to this conflict by Trump, if he really is able to do that by himself or survive, so as to say, that Israel would continue on with the U.S. in carrying out bombing campaigns in Iran.
In the sprawling Behisht Esara cemetery south of Tehran, families are burying their dead as the US-Israeli air campaign enters its 3rd week. The war has now killed more than 1,300 Iranians, according to country officials. Grave diggers are working to prepare new plots in Section 42, an area now reserved for those killed in the conflict. Marzia Razaei lost her 23-year-old son, Irfan Shamaye, in a strike on his military training camp just days before he was due home on leave. But Zay says her son was due to be married soon. The trip home was part of the wedding preparations.
We're leaving today and entering a world of Mickey Mouse Lake. Princess meeting and greeting. Lightsaber flashing. Space Mountain launching. Galaxy rewinding. Endless galaxy. World, whatever you want. Infinite Worlds Awake is the most magical place on Earth. Walt Disney World Resort.
The Shutting Orchestrated Forecast has left the Gulf region scrambling for other options. Pivot Strait moves 20% of the whole world's oil and gas supply. But as our global energy editor Simon Webb explains, rerouting oil on that scale doesn't happen overnight.
Pipeline in Saudi Arabia, east of Africa, which goes from the east to the kingdom today, but there's a question as to how much connection. There's another pipeline in the United Arab Emirates to the port of Fujairah, which is a very large terminal for fuels, ships to refuel on the way in and the way out. Straight from the pipeline can take about a million barrels. It's been attacked quite a few times over the past few days, and loadings into the corner. And then there's a pipeline from the north of Iraq through to Turkey, which can carry a few 100,000 barrels a day, but there's a dispute between the Baghdad and the Kurdish government over revenue sharing for those exports into that pipeline, so that's not really good. When hospital refineries are shut in the region too because they've been attacked, because they can't get the fuel out through the Strait of Hormuz. Storage is nearly full, and you can't load any more tankers because they're already loaded and anchored ready to go through the strait. So then there's not much you can do apart from cut production, and that's what we've seen.
Simon says the scale of the disruption is global.
You can't underestimate the impact. So you're talking 10 to 15% of global supply, and that is causing shortages all over the place. India cooking gas, Vietnam's talking about cutting flights next month because it won't have enough jet fuel. China has told its refiners to stop exporting fuel, and it's going to trigger even more shortages in other parts of the region. It's trying to keep some fuel to ensure it.
For more on the market impacts of the war, listen to our sister daily podcast, Morning Bid, available wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a big
Taking you.
taking cube in some form, taking cube. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I can do anything I want with it.
Donald Trump with reporters in the Oval Office escalating his rhetoric on Cuba. The threats come as talks open aimed at improving relations. In Cuba itself, the national power grid has collapsed, with the country's grid operator saying 10 million people are without electricity. There have been several blackouts recently as Cuba grapples with the US-imposed oil blockade. Havana resident Hernandez said, blackouts. There is also no water or gas. Survivors, rescue workers and loved ones gather after what the Taliban says was a Pakistani airstrike on a hospital in Kabul. The Afghan government says at least 400 people were killed.
Is good. Have a good night. Thank you.
drug rehabilitation facility on Monday night. Pakistan rejects the claim as false and misleading, saying it precisely targeted military installations and terrorist support infrastructure. Reuters could not verify the casualty numbers. The strike marks a new escalation in fierce fighting between the South Asian neighbours that erupted last night. And a federal judge has blocked key parts of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s effort to reshape U.S. vaccine policy. The ruling blocks both the CDC's decision to reduce recommended childhood vaccinations and Kennedy's replacement of all 17 independent experts who advise on vaccine policy. Judge Brian Murphy sided with medical groups that argued the changes were unlawful and would harm public health. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
The Senate debates the SAVE Act. I'm Tom Rigotti, Fox News. The Senate has voted to formally open debate on the Save America Act. President Trump claims this is the most important legislation in U.S. history, but it's unlikely to overcome Democratic opposition. Senate Majority Leader John Thune tells Fox's America Reports with Bret Baier.
I think what we wanted to do was put them on the record, force them to defend a position which we think is indefensible, particularly where the American people are on this.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer slamming the bill.
It could purge millions of American citizens from the voter rolls through a screening algorithm designed by Elon Musk's Doge Squad. 20 million Americans.
Fox's Chad Burton has more.
They're now formally on the bill, and what this means is that we're going to have probably a few days of votes and debate on the Save America Act. Now, President Trump has indicated that this is the touchstone of his legislative agenda, says he will not endorse any Republicans who vote against this. But we've been told that there aren't 51 votes to get there.
Republicans say it would simply prevent non-citizens from voting. Democrats believe those instances. President Trump is not happy with NATO after most members reject his call to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Fox's Aisha Hassan reports from the White House.
President Trump slamming NATO while hosting the Irish Prime Minister in the Oval Office, who at one point defended British Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Here is not Winston Churchill.
The White House also battling internal pushback on the Iran strikes. The director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, resigned, claiming Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation and that Trump bowed to pressure from Israel. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt pushing back on that, saying the president had, quote, strong and compelling evidence that Iran was going to attack the United States first.
America's listening to Fox News.
Every business is asking the same question. How do we make AI work for us? No more waiting. With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to work today. NetSuite is the #1 AI cloud ERP trusted by over 43,000 businesses. It's the unified suite that brings your finances, inventory, commerce, HR, and CRM into a single source of truth. The connected data is what makes your AI smarter, helping you make fast decisions. If your revenues are at least in the 7 figures, get our free business guide, Demystifying AI, at netsuite.com/Fox.
A House committee has formally subpoenaed Attorney General Pam Bondi to answer questions about the Epstein files. Fox's David Spunt reports.
The Republican-led House Oversight Committee demanding the Republican Attorney General sit for this deposition. House Oversight Chair James Comer sent a formal subpoena to AG Pam Bondi, a spokesperson for Bondi, firing back with a statement to Fox News, quote, "This subpoena is completely unnecessary. Lawmakers have been invited to view the unredacted files for themselves at the Department of Justice, and the Attorney General has always made herself available to speak directly with members of Congress." Now, Comer defends the move, noting that in his letter to Bondi, the House Oversight Committee voted several weeks ago to subpoena her for more information on the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein probe. Now, the Epstein case has followed Bondi for more than a year. She came to office in February 2025.
A Justice Department spokesperson describes the subpoena as completely unnecessary. Cuba is experiencing a days-long blackout. Fox's Julian Turner is at the State Department with details on why and how the U.S. is involved.
Cuba's national power grid has essentially collapsed now under the pressure of the U.S. oil embargo. It has prevented any shipments from reaching the country's shores since January 9th. As of now, the country remains in a virtual blackout. President Trump today saying he is seizing on the regime's moment of weakness and angling for regime change. Secretary of State Rubio says the whole point of the oil embargo is to get Miguel Diaz-Canel out. On Cuba's streets, it isn't just the lights that are out. Price spikes have followed as more businesses are relying on ground transportation alone, sparking large-scale protests across the country.
The communist regime is limiting air travel and tourism while rationing gas, in addition to hospital services. On Wall Street, a second day in a row of gains, with the Dow up nearly 47 points, the NASDAQ rising 105. I'm Tom Magani. This is Fox News.
March matchups are here, and Kalshi is giving away $1 billion for a perfect bracket. No one's ever done it. The odds are about 1 in 9.2 quintillion. Kalshi is also giving $1 million to the top bracket and $1 million to charity. It's free to enter. No deposit or purchase required. Entries open after selection Sunday and close before the round of 64 tips Thursday. Download the app or visit Kalshi.com to enter. Eligibility requirements apply. No purchase necessary. Never remain. Maximum cost 18 years of age old. Available after the United States and Europe. Non-decided years by risk. See the official disclosure. See Kalshi.com/$1 million bracket for information.
This Tech Check briefing is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. I'm Julia Borston, and this is your CNBC Tech Check briefing. NVIDIA's annual developer conference kicking off this week with CEO Jensen Huang taking the stage to attack Arena. Huang saying he expects purchase orders between Blackwell and Vera Rubin to reach $1 trillion by 2027. Last year, the company projected a $500 billion revenue opportunity between the two chip technologies. Huang joined TMZ earlier today from the conference, saying the company has high confidence and high visibility into both businesses. Amazon announcing it's starting 1 hour 3-hour delivery is now available in about 2,000 cities and towns in the country, while 1 hour delivery is available in hundreds of those areas. More than 90,000 products are eligible for delivery in 3 hours or less. Amazon saying it expects to bring the service to more areas of the country in the coming months. Chinese tech giant Alibaba launching a new agentic artificial intelligence tool today. The platform customers and comes as the company restructures amid rising competition. Alibaba saying Wukong allows businesses to manage multiple agents through a single interface. The platform is still in invitation-only testing phase, but aims to manage agents that can handle tasks like document editing, transcriptions, and research. That's all for today. We'll see you back here tomorrow. This Tech Check briefing is sponsored by Comcast Business. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnerships, Comcast Business helps turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. Powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
This is DW News, and these are our top stories. The US government's top counterterrorism official has resigned in protest at President Donald Trump's war in Iran. In a social media post, Joe Kent said he cannot in good conscience back the war, which he said the US started, quote, due to pressure from Israel. Kent is the first senior member of President Trump's administration to resign from the war in Iran. Israel claims it has killed Iran's high-ranking security official Ali Larijani. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, said in a statement that Larijani, as well as the head of the Revolutionary Guard, were, quote, eliminated. Paramilitary force commander Golan Reza Soleimani. The Afghan Taliban Interior Ministry says more than 400 people have been killed in a Pakistani airstrike on a drug treatment facility in Kabul. A spokesman said hundreds more were injured. Pakistan's military is leading. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their border, leaving 4 dead in
News with Mary Anderson. Iran has confirmed the death of its influential security chief, Ali al-Jami. Israel said that it hit his hideout. The Supreme National Security Council said he had killed alongside his son and deputy. Is our chief international correspondent, Mr.
Larijani wasn't just a top security official, he was widely seen as the man now in charge. The politician regarded as a pragmatist partner in this war.
How are you? You won't complain, man. It's a beautiful night.
Hey, that's what's up, man. It's my birthday. Just trying to get that.
I can dig it. Let's get you there safely. I will say happy birthday, but we don't celebrate that.
No. Another rotation.
But
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
But he was seen as someone who might one day do a deal. Israel says it's also killed Ghulam Reza Soleimani, the powerful commander of Iran's Basij militia, and it's been attacking the checkposts of these paramilitary forces, police the streets of Tehran. But in this third week of war, there's still no sign of surrender or collapse.
Strikes launched by Iran and its allied militias are continuing across the Middle East. Officials say 2 people have been killed near Tel Aviv by an Iranian ballistic missile. Fresh bombs were also reported above Jerusalem. Sites have also been targeted in the United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Qatar and Kuwait. There's been no let-up in Israel's fights on Lebanon as its war against the Iran-backed group Hezbollah escalates. 2 attacks in central Beirut have killed at least 6 people. It's demanded civilians leave swathes of territory in defense of the country, including most of the city of Tyre, which are responding.
Thousands of it as Israel prepares for a much bigger ground invasion. Paul says Israel will protect its own citizens from Hezbollah rocket attacks. Right in the line of Tyre, just 12 miles from the border, this most thriving metropolis is taking a heavy pound. Anything associated with Hezbollah is a target, including financial institutions which Israel says directly fund military operations.
Senegal have been stripped of their Africa Cup of Nations title. It was found they broke the rules and players left the pitch during the final against hosts Morocco in January. The Confederation of African Football has instead granted Morocco a 3-0 administrative victory. Amy Fawaz has reported on African football extensively.
I've covered 5 Africa Cup of Nations, and I've never come across a decision like that. And we are living in unprecedented times with the decision to overturn the trophy awarded Senegal the winners in January. The appeals board has overturned that and given the trophy to Morocco.
World News from the BBC. President Zelensky has told the BBC he has a very bad feeling about the impact of the Middle East conflict on the situation in Ukraine. He said Washington's focus has shifted and diplomatic meetings were being constantly postponed as a result. His comments came after he addressed members of Parliament in Britain, where he said Russia and Iran were brothers in hatred. He expressed the view that President Trump's only priority is to stop the war in Ukraine not to defend Kiev from its aggressor, Russia. The US Attorney General Pam Bondi has been summoned to testify before a congressional committee next month, with President handling its files relating to the latest and Jeffrey Epstein. Several Republicans on the House Oversight Committee joined their Democratic colleagues in backing the summons. The spokesperson for the Justice Department said the subpoena was completely unnecessary. The Scottish Parliament rejected the introduction of legalised assisted dying after a highly emotional debate. The bill would have allowed terminally ill, mentally competent adults to seek medical help to end their lives. Concerns were expressed about coercion as well as safeguards for medical professionals. Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Is our Scotland editor, James Cook.
This was an emotional evening for MSPs, the culmination of more than a year weighing up matters of life and death. In 27 years of devolution, this is the third time MSPs have rejected an assisted dying bill, although every time the margin of defeat has been narrower, and campaigners for change say they will not give up.
The mayor of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, who says she's terrified of heights, has pledged to abseil down the city's highest tower if turnout increases in the local election on Wednesday. Carola Skelton posted a video of herself on the observation platform, the city's 185-metre high landmark. Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Wanganui, New Zealand.
And I'm Ethan Clark in London.
It's Tuesday, March 17th. Today,
Israel says Iran.
Drone and rocket attacks target the US embassy in Iraq. Trump says he's surprised at Iran's retaliation against Gulf states, despite sources saying he was warned, as Gulf nations themselves consider other options of getting oil and gas out, with the Strait of Hormuz blocked. And Cuba's national electric grid collapses. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front line in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
March matchups are here, and Kalshi is giving away $1 billion for a perfect bracket. No one's ever done it. The odds are about 1 in 9.2 quint.
Here. Have a good night. Thank you.
also giving $1 million to the top bracket and $1 million to charity. It's free to enter. No deposit or purchase required. Entries open after Selection Sunday and close before the round. Visit Kalshi.com to enter. Eligibility requirements apply. No purchase necessary. Letter of win. Participants must be 18 years of age or older. Not available outside the United States and New York or Florida. Contest not endorsed by or associated with the NCAA. Official rules apply. See Kalshi.com/$1 million bracket for more information.
First, some breaking news. Israel says Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed. He would be the most senior figure assassinated since Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei was killed Thursday of war. Defense Minister Israel Katz says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's Basij forces, has also been killed. The Basij militia are a paramilitary force under the control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's often used to quell protests.
No worries, man.
Blast and a wall of fire in Baghdad as rockets and drones were fired at the U.S. Embassy. Iraqi security forces have described it as the most intense assault since the war began. U.S. officials say no injuries have been reported so far. It's the latest. As Iranian-backed militias have been attacking U.S. interests in Iraq in retaliation for the war that began on February 28th.
I'm well, how are you?
Iran itself has also launched fresh attacks on the United Arab Emirates. President Donald Trump has said these kinds of had not been expected. Sources say he was warned about just that before the conflict. Tehran has already demonstrated its reach, attacking airports, ports, oil facilities, and commercial hubs across the Gulf with missiles and drones.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Two other sources say Trump was also at the head of the operation, that Tehran would likely seek to close the strait. Gulf states are now urging the U.S. not to stop short. And economies that depend on it. Meanwhile, President Trump is expressing frustration at the lackluster reception his call for help to reopen the Strait of Hormuz has received.
Yeah, I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't need it.
Trump says he thinks that France's Emmanuel Macron will help.
It's been scale 0 to 10.
Although the EU, of which France is a member, apparently has no one thing several US allies have done, France as well as Canada, the UK, Germany, and Italy, is warn that a significant Israeli counteroffensive in Lebanon. You use the fucking military shows soldiers firing into what appears to be a hole in a knife rack in Lebanon south. Reuters independently verified the video the statement. Is the level with Israel is also for at least 3 more weekly wars with thousands of targets lit. In the sprawling Behesh Esada cemetery south of Tehran, families are burying their dead as the US-Israeli air campaign enters its third week. The war has now killed more than 1,300 Iranians, according to country officials. Gravediggers are working to prepare new plots in Section 42, an area now reserved for those killed in the conflict. Nazia Zayed lost her 23-year-old son, Irfan Shamayed, in a strike on his military training camp, just days before he was due home on leave. Razai says her son was due to be married. The trip home was part of the wedding preparations.
We're leaving today and entering a world of Mickey Mouse waving, princess meeting and greeting.
Percent of the whole world's oil and gas supply. But as our global energy editor Simon Webb explains, rerouting oil on that scale doesn't happen overnight.
Today, there's an oxygen.
Is the scale of the distribution.
Thank you so much.
So much. You guys have a great night.
Thank you. Have a good night, Gil, please.
Good night. All right, brother.
Yeah, taking it. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it.
Donald Trump with reporters in the Oval Office, escalating his rhetoric on Cuba. The threats come as talks open aimed at improving relations. "10 million people are without electricity. There have been several blackouts recently as Cuba grapples with the US-imposed oil blockade. Havana resident Lazaro survivors, rescue workers and loved ones gather after what the Afghan government says at least 400 people were killed and another 250 injured when the strike hit a huge drug rehabilitation facility. as false and misleading, saying it precisely targeted military installations and terrorist support. The strike marks a new escalation in fierce fighting between the South Asian neighbours that erupted last month. And a federal judge has blocked key parts of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s effort to reshape U.S. vaccine policy. The ruling blocks both the CDC's decision to reduce recommended childhood vaccinations and Kennedy's replacement of all 17 independent experts who advise on vaccine policy. Judge Brian Murphy sided with medical groups that argued the changes were unlawful and For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock. Leading health officials in England say the meningitis outbreak in Kent is the quickest growing they've seen and explosive in nature. 15 cases have been reported. These targeted vaccine programs the area. The government clearly is one of those
back down, the temperature's coming back down. She's still in isolation, but she is on a road to recovery.
The US military says it's used powerful bombs against Iranian missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz. Officials say the targets housed weapons that posed a risk to international shipping. Iran's effective closure blocked oil supply to the Scottish Parliament had rejected plans to the bill by 69 votes to 57. Opponents were concerned over the impact it could have on vulnerable disabled. Scottish Labour leader Anna Sargon spoke live against it. I didn't remember more article safeguards, so do have a few risk of version. But I think the bill it's good. Arena has warned that Labour risks a breach of trust with voters over plans to make it harder for migrants to stay in the UK. The deputy has described the proposals as un-British. Legal migrants could have to wait up to 20 years before they can settle permanently. Needed to avoid a drain on public finances. And Scotland's busiest railway station, Glasgow Central, has partially reopened.
Well, the news from Hollywood Best Kingswood Stadium is that Gold Rush Bullets have beaten the Hollywood Best Dolphins by 9 wickets. The Dolphins were bowled out for 109 earlier today after they won the toss and chose to bat first. Marcus Ackerman provided the only real resistance with 40 of 50 balls with 7 boundaries. From a bowling perspective for the visitors, Giovanni Barron was the wicket in. On debut, he took 12 to 24 for the 10 overs. And in reply, Willant openers making 60 not out with 86 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. Olofsson got 33 from 43 balls, and the only man to pick up the wickets for the Dolphins was the monkey here. We had Olofsson 4 by Eddie Moore in the team. Moving to some rugby news now. The Hollywood Bet Sharks are back in Vodacom Europe. Last season's epic playoff. That's where the Sharks win on a kick-off. the Sharks will be in search of a win as they currently sit 11th on the table with 12 matches in the competition gone. They're currently 5 points behind Ospreys. So it's important that they win this match. There's 2 new faces. Van der Merch in its first virtual alignment camp. Sardi currently playing for Bordeaux, while Van der Merch, the former German player, is at the Northampton Saints. A few World Cup winners have been recalled. Herschel Yankees and Lukanya are amongst the names that will be involved. The focus will be on the overseas players as Racing prepares for the Hawks' first home match of the year against the Barbarian on the 20th of June. That's all from me for today. For the East Coast Radio Sport team, I'm Nick Taylor.
RNZ News at 4. Kia ora, good afternoon. I'm Alison Leonard. The supermarket watchdog says if stores are forced to increase prices due to the Iran war, they'll be expected to drop them as soon as they can. Food prices rose 14% prices further due to the watching supermarkets closely, it says they aren't yet passing on all of their extra fuel costs. Meanwhile, economists are warning other banks are likely to follow Westpac and BNZ in raising home loan rates. Wholesale markets have risen as they digest the likely implications of more on a weaker economy and sticks with lower interest rates. Certainty of a two towards desexing dogs won't solve the problem of roaming and dangerous dogs. Internal Affairs Minister Brooke Van Velden has announced almost half of the SPCA is giving a further $700,000 and combined the funding is enough to desex some 3,000 dogs. SPCA Chief Scientific Officer called for law change and other urgent needed changes.
Desexing is brilliant. It is part of the problem. We would like to
right for change, and she's hopeful evidence the SPCA has been giving ministers has been the case. Fertility Associates has apologised after frozen embryos belonging to an Auckland patient went missing last year, but it still doesn't know what happened to them. Andrew Murray says after an independent review, he's confident no embryo was transferred to another patient and no others have been lost. He says the review found the clinic's processes are robust and in line with international best practice, but the lack of answers is frustrating. Embryos will now be stored in a larger, dedicated area of the Auckland building, and the company is increasing oversight and training. Greenpeace is calling on the government to take a stand and condemn what it calls an illegal war on Iran. The organisation handed over a petition signed by 5,000 people to Labour leader Chris Hipkins at Parliament today. Greenpeace Executive Director Russell Norman says it's the responsibility of governments to decide where a country is breaching international law.
This war is not a war of self-defence. It's not authorised by the UN Security Council. It's clearly an illegal war. And New Zealand, above all other countries in the world, has an interest in protecting a rules-based international system and protecting international law.
Chris Hipkins also said it's important that New Zealand speaks strongly and independently because it's a small country. An Iranian airstrike has hit an area near the Al Minhad Joint Air Base in the United Arab Emirates, where Australian soldiers are stationed. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the drone attack last night hit a road near the base and no Australians were injured.
It's important that we recognise that the Iranian regime is continuing to engage in frankly, random attacks right across the Gulf region.
Australia has sent a reconnaissance plane crewed by dozens of military personnel and missiles to the Gulf states. Mr Albanese has no Australian military assets for taking defensive action against Iran.
What's going on, Brisbane? How are you?
A study had found that a Mediterranean diet rich in vegetables, nuts and other world for a 12-year period and found less brain tissue and grey matter loss than those who most closely adhered to our diet high in antioxidants and high-quality protein sources. And that's the news.
Every time you hear these horns, it's please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Could not be sold after midday on Saturday.
The expert, the opinion.
Whenever you hear the booms, if they're coming in the daytime perceptions, you're inside most of the time anyway, but get away from the windows.
6 on RNZ National.
This is RNZ National on air on rnz.co.nz and on your mobile. Shortly, first though, the short forecast from Met Service until midnight tomorrow. Northland, long fine spells, isolated showers in the east during the afternoons and evenings. Auckland to Kapiti, including Coromandel Bay, and across the high country, mainly Gisborne, Hawke's Bay, Wairarapa and Wellington, mainly fine today. Scattered rain tomorrow. More consistent of the ranges, clearing from Wellington during the morning. Nelson, Marlborough and Canterbury, a few showers today, then clearing to fall tomorrow morning. Fully grey and Westland, periods of rain, easing to isolated showers today, and gradually clearing tomorrow. Otago, Southland and Fiordland, any remaining showers clearing this afternoon, and remaining fine. And the Chatham Islands, remaining fine. RNZ National, it's 4:05. More news and weather info at 5.
Kia ora rā, e hoa tēnā koutou katoa no mai haere mai. To beer. The Brewers Guild and Hospitality Association reckon so. They are calling on the government to halve the tax on draft beer to encourage people back into pubs and keep struggling businesses going. Breweries say they're under pressure from rising production and compliance costs, and excise tax adding to the burden, according to some tax relief. Brian Watson, chair of the Brewers Guild and the owner of Good George Brewing, joins us now. Kia ora, Brian.
Kia ora, how are you going?
I'm good. Make the case for halving tax on draft beer.
Oh, look, beer is a part of the social fabric of New Zealand, as is the sociability. So, be able to go out and be sociable and be able to experience hospitality venues without breaking the bank. And so the ability to be able to cut the excise on draft would enable that. And a lot of both breweries and hospitality businesses struggling with rising costs and we're seeing it even today, rising costs in fuel, right, just going through the roof. And so, but give the hospitality a break, give the breweries a bit of a break, and be able to build a sustainable industry both through brewing and hospitality.
You say that you don't like having a pint. Through an example, right, of a pint or whatever, how much is it costing and how much of that is made up by excise tax?
Yeah, so we get excise goes up.
Your profits, your news, Coast Radio News Watch.
The President Premier has called for the finalisation of the process that will decide whether Tata Mboweni gets a second term as his top. Honours his 5-year contract as at the end of the month. Premier Mboweni has reaffirmed his support and endorsement for Mbowene's term to be extended by another 5 years. He says he's proven he has leadership skills and plays a key role in tackling serious crimes such as political killing and extortion. Previous spokesperson Nedela Nyubaki says the Premier has emphasised that maintaining stable police leadership is vital.
Premier Police correspondent closed in the early engagement held on December 2025, which Premier Police communicated to General Massimo support for the renewal of the General Management Complaint. Then finalizing the process has begun to date and certainty among members of the party and key stakeholders.
Further afield, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center in the US has resigned to protest the US's raging war against Iran. Those on camp said the Islamic Republic posed no imminent threat to the US.
In his resignation letter, President Donald Trump says he cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war. He says it's clear that Washington started the war due to pressure from Israel and what he describes as Israel's powerful American lobby. The 45-year-old Kent was appointed by the counter-terrorism center. Correctional Services Minister Peter Groenewald has told Parliament that some prisons in the country are over capacity by nearly 60%. Their data has shown that over 168,000 inmates are held in facilities filled for just over 107,000. The minister shared the figures in response to an EFF question. Provinces, including the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Gauteng, are hardest hit, with over 200 facilities exceeding capacity, great concerns about conditions and justice system delays. Britain is scrambling to contain a meningitis outbreak in Canterbury. Been linked to a nightclub occupied with students in the city of Canterbury. 2 students have died and 13 people are in hospital. The health minister has described the outbreak as unprecedented and a rapidly developing situation. They are focusing public health measures on the University of Kent, which has around 80,000 students, including some of those. The nightclub called Planet Chemistry says on Instagram that one of its staff members is being treated for the infection and its closed as a precaution. Meanwhile, Argentina has formally withdrawn from the World Health Organization, following an advice of the US which took the same step earlier this year. Argentina's President Javier Milei is a close ally of the World Health. 7:30 tomorrow becomes 5:32.
Bring incredible sound into every corner of your home with the new WinSound smart speaker. Get high-resolution audio with a 1.8-inch touchscreen, smart control, and modern design in one powerful speaker for just $299. From quiet mornings to lively family gatherings, WinSound makes every moment sound better and feel better too. Create a home filled with sounds you love. Ready to upgrade your sound? Shop now at Amazon and search WinSound. That's WIMSOUND. This is a CBC podcast.
This is World Report. Good morning, I'm Martina Fitzgerald. The IDF says it has launched a wave of extensive strikes against Tehran. It claims to have killed Ali Larijani. Israel is still conducting military operations in Iran and Lebanon, and Iran is not easing up on counterattacks in the region on Israeli and U.S. targets. Crystal Gomez-Singh has the latest from Jerusalem. Explosions echoed through the darkness in the suburbs of Beirut, followed by a new set of evacuation orders from Israeli forces. People have been told to leave the village of Al-Jal, identified as the next location in the south for Israeli military operations. More than 880 people in Lebanon have been killed since the offensive began, with over 1 million having been driven from their homes, according to Lebanese authorities. In an interview with the newswire service AFP, President Isaac Herzog defended his state's attacks on Iran's proxy.
Europe should support any effort to eradicate Hezbollah. Now, they should understand that if you want to get anywhere, sometimes you need to win war.
The war launched by Israel and the U.S. on the Iranian regime at the end of February has expanded, affecting lives right across the Middle East. A total but temporary airspace shutdown was ordered by officials in the UAE, a necessary measure as the Ministry of Defense worked to eliminate threats of drones and missiles launched from Iran. In the Iraqi capital, drones were shot down as they approached the U.S. Embassy. One is said to have evaded interception attempts, hitting the inside of the heavily protected compound in Baghdad. The Speaker of Iran's parliament says U.S. military presence does not make the region safer, and it needs to leave. In an address carried on state TV, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf said the Middle East will change, but not according to U.S. plans. Crystal Gomez-Singh, CBC News, Jerusalem. The director of the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center is resigning. Joe Kent just posted a letter. He says he cannot, in good conscience, support the war in Iraq. And he says it's clear that Washington started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby.
Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand is warning that the Strait of Hormuz should not be weaponized. The usually busy shipping route has been virtually closed since the conflict began. Rafi Rajikanian reports Anand is making it clear where Canada stands.
International shipping lanes.
Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand with sharper language about the Strait of Hormuz than Canada has adopted so far.
Blocking the Strait Convention and Law of the Sea articles, as well as customary international law, and ships from all countries have the right to pass through.
The U.S. has asked allies to help in opening up the Strait of Hormuz. A request Anand says has not been made to Canada, and one she says that should come through the proper channel of NATO. Canada is also joining Germany, the United Kingdom, and France in calling for peace. Lebanon. While that country warns more than 1 million people could have been displaced so far and nearly 900 killed. That call earning a rebuke from Israel this morning, which accuses Canada and its allies of distorting reality and ignoring Hezbollah attacks on its territory. Rafi Rajikanian, CBC News, Ottawa.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says support for Ukraine cannot fall to the wayside as energy and attention turns to the conflict with Iran.
It's vital that we continue to focus on supporting Ukraine.
We cannot allow the war in the Gulf to turn into a windfall for Putin.
Today, Starmer is hosting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in London. This is also deadline day for Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich to pay $4.5 billion to victims of the Ukraine war. If he does not pay up, the British government will take him to court. Afghanistan is accusing Pakistan of targeting civilians. It says an airstrike on a drug rehab center in Kabul has killed more than 400 people. But as Pakistan ramps up its attacks, it says it's only targeting military facilities. Our South Asia correspondent Selina Shivji has more.
Rescue workers rushed to gather the wounded in the ash and mangled debris of what was once a drug rehab hospital in Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, now in ruins. A bomb dropped just after prayers at 9 last night, Iqbal says. From his hospital bed, his head wrapped in a bandage. The wall and the ceiling fell on top of us, he says. Somehow I pulled myself out of there. Says Kabul paramedic Syed Mirab Shah. Afghan officials are accusing Pakistan of targeting the hospital. Islamabad denies that. It's a dramatic escalation in the conflict that's been raging for more than 2 weeks after Pakistan declared open war on its neighbor. Civilian deaths and clashes on the shared border had already been climbing steadily before this strike, says Farzana Sheikh with Chatham House's Asia Pacific program.
There have been violence in Pakistan since the Afghan Taliban came to power.
Damn, I can't see none of the numbers.
Look,
the light on that.
The Afghan Taliban. International calls
All right,
for
Bedroom, be
ceasefire
good,
have
bro.
so far been ignored by both sides, but Chinese officials are getting CBC News, Mumbai.
Parts of British Columbia are being hammered by an atmospheric river that doesn't typically happen at this time of year. As Georgie Smythe reports, the downpour comes with increased risk of flooding, avalanches, and landslides. It's wet. Heavy rainfall and snow delivered by a strong Pacific low pressure system is hitting Vancouver Island, the Central Coast, and Vancouver's Coast Mountains.
It's been a very wet.
Are also on the rise.
And they've risen steadily through the day as the warm air associated with this atmospheric river has sort of flooded across the south coast.
That means rain at higher elevations too.
We're warming up those layers up there at the higher elevation, and it's really tough.
Canada is also forecasting increasing avalanche activity in the next few days. Colin Garrity is one of their forecasters. He says the storm is hitting an already dangerously unstable snowpack.
As that gets saturated with rainwater, what we expect is a wet, loose avalanche problem.
All that rain and snowmelt is flowing down saturated slopes into rivers and streams. A mudslide near Prince Rupert derailed several cars of a train on Monday. No one was hurt. People are being reminded to stay away from unstable or flooded areas until levels subside. Georgie Smythe, CBC News, Vancouver.
The Canadian Food Inspection Agency has fined another Loblaw store. Food as Canadian. Fortino's in Toronto is selling French cheese bread, but the tag on the shelf displayed a maple leaf. The FIA says that's misleading to shoppers still taking part in the Buy Canadian movement. Labeling and advertising practices at Sobeys head office. Mayor of Waterloo, Ontario is demanding answers from police after a sniper was deployed to a St. Patrick's Day street operations.
Someone randomly was looking up at the sky, and let's go, that's the sniper.
Students taking part in an unsanctioned street party for St. Patrick's Day over the weekend were surprised to see an officer on the top floor balcony of a building with his face covered, dressed in all black, standing next to a large weapon. Annalise Beerton, an Australian international exchange student at the University of Waterloo, said the experience was startling.
There's no words for in that moment of how shocked I was. And then all my friends started going, oh, I don't feel safe, I don't feel safe. And then it was more so, let's go. It was terrifying.
Melissa Corey, a spokesperson for the Waterloo Regional Police Service, says the sniper is one of their tactical officers and was there as part of their safety plan for large gatherings.
Protocol for all major events. Unfortunately, with the magnitude of unfortunate mass casualty events that have occurred throughout North America and around the world, that really shapes our emergency response strategies for all types of large gatherings.
Waterloo Mayor Dorothy McCabe says she was, quote, shocked to hear there was a sniper deployed to manage the street party. She said she's looking for more information from Chief Mark Crowell to understand more about their protocols. Waterloo. That is the latest national and international news.
CBC News.
More CBC podcasts, go to cbc.ca/podcasts.
Even before Israel and the U.S. attacked Iran, candidates running for office were having to navigate shifting attitudes in U.S. policy towards Gaza. This has been especially true for Democrats, whose voters are increasingly critical of Israel's aggressive military actions. KQED's senior political correspondent Scott Schaefer in San Francisco has been following the story and joins us now. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Ilka.
So, can you just first give us a sense of the more competitive midterm races
Yeah, well, here in San Francisco, we've got a pretty lively race for the House seat now held by Nancy Pelosi. She's retiring at the end of the term. The top three candidates vying to replace her appeared at a forum sponsored by the San Francisco Working Families Party a few weeks ago. And there was a lightning round where the candidates were asked to hold up a yes or no sign to a series of questions, including this one. And two candidates said yes. The third candidate, State Senator Scott Wiener, who's Jewish, declined to answer yes or no.
Wow, how did that go over?
Well, Wiener got some booze in the room, and then afterwards he got more criticism. 2 days later, he released a video saying the question was too complicated and didn't lend itself to a yes-no answer. That the word genocide was first used to describe what Nazi Germany did during World War II, so it was hard for him to use it here. But he added in that video message the devastation and death toll.
And to me, the Israeli government has tried to destroy Gaza and to push the Palestinians out, and that qualifies as genocide.
And I should say also that Israel strongly nations that it's committed genocide in Gaza, says it's targeting Hamas militants, not civilians. But many voters see the destruction, the death of women and children on TV, and for them, that's genocide, whether or not it meets a legal definition.
Well, how are you seeing groups like AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobbying group, how are you seeing that?
You're welcome.
Well,
450 Prospect.
they support the general it's their condition. So U.S. military, I take the case of Democratic congressional primaries that went today. Of the British nation, the time to analyze the AIPAC donor spent almost $14 million at a big man, but that number has grown. Reporting. Ads don't mention the ball. It's like immigration and affordability, but it's targeting candidates. Support limiting the conditioning of Israel. I should say, did not respond to the easy questions about its candidates.
It sounds like there remains to be pretty good.
Consider putting conditions columnist very critical of the Netanyahu government in Israel. He's also a strong supporter of Israel, and Newsom added the treatment appropriately compares to apartheid. Newsom said that Netanyahu's policies leading Israel down a path that's making it harder for Democrats to support. It's really not part of Newsom's pivot toward the national stage and voters outside California. It shows that Democrats are adjusting, or at least explaining their positions to fit changing political landscape.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
I've just been updated by the Chief of Staff that the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Larijani, and the head of the Basij.
As the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran enters its 18th day, Israel claims it's assassinated two of the most powerful figures in Iran. We'll speak with Trina Parsi of the Quincy Institute, a former U.S. intelligence officer who resigned from the Army over the U.S. Israeli war. Then Cuba is facing a nationwide blackout as President Trump again threatens to take over the island.
I do believe I'll be the one having the
And then to Texas. Protesters have been convicted on terrorism charges for taking over a demonstration outside the Prairieland ICE jail in Texas. They each face at least 15 years in prison. Hold on. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's military says it's killed the Iranian security chief, Abu Shani, as the U.S. and Israel continue massive airstrikes across Iran. Our attorney is one of the most powerful figures in Islam who can help direct negotiations with the U.S. and other Western countries. His reported assassination comes just days after he joined senior Iranian officials in a march in central Tehran in a public act of defiance against the U.S.-Israeli war. Israel also announced it had assassinated the Basij force commander, Reza Soleimani, in a separate airstrike. In the city of Iraq, officials say a U.S.-Israeli coalition bombing killed a 3-day-old infant and his 2-year-old sister along with their mother and grandmother. In Tehran, Iranian Red Crescent workers searched for survivors through the rubble of damaged homes after an airstrike on Monday.
This alley is totally residential. Those dear residents who got stuck here are being rescued by the 8 workers. The search continues.
Amnesty International reports an investigation found the U.S. was responsible for the attack on the Iranian girls' people, most of them schoolgirls, on the first day of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. The foreign minister said U.S.-Israeli strikes have killed over 200 children. Meanwhile, the Pentagon's announced thousands of additional U.S. Marines and warships to the Middle East. U.S. Central Command reports at least 200 U.S. troops have been injured since the U.S. and Israel launched attacks against Iran just over 2 weeks ago. 13 U.S. service members have been killed. In Israel, at least 7 people were wounded on Monday when a rocket launched from Lebanon struck residential buildings in the northern country. Fell onto the roof of the Orthodox Patriarchate in Jerusalem, one of the holiest sites in Christianity, where tradition holds that Jesus was crucified. An Iranian missile also damaged the U.S. consulate residence building in Jerusalem, and no injuries were reported. Meanwhile, Iran continues to fire on Middle East countries that host U.S. military bases. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry said it intercepted nearly 100 Iranian drones in 24 hours, the largest single-day wave of attacks yet by Iran. In the United Arab Emirates, an Iranian drone triggered a huge fire at a key oil trading hub, coming just days after a similar attack triggered another fire at the site. In Iraq, an Iranian drone damaged the top floor of the Al Rashid Hotel in Baghdad's heavily fortified grain zone Monday amidst reports that Iraqi air defenses shot down an Iranian missile targeting the U.S. embassy there. Meanwhile, Kuwait and Qatar reported more Iranian drone and missile attacks. According to Goldman Sachs, if the war lasts until the end of April, the gross domestic products of both states could plummet by up to 14% this year. In Lebanon, Israeli strikes have driven more than 1 million people from their homes and killed more than 880 people. Israeli troops launched ground operations in southern Lebanon Monday. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, said 7 Lebanese residents will not return to their homes until the safety of Israelis near the border is guaranteed. This is the displaced mother who fled Beirut to Israeli attacks.
Of course, I was displaced, my house was damaged, the situation is difficult. But it's hard, very hard. It's hard to leave your home, hard to leave your land.
European countries are rejecting President Trump's call to send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, despite Trump's threat of, quote, a very bad future, unquote, for NATO if it doesn't help the U.S. This European Union's foreign policy change.
Aside from the member states, as I said, this is nobody wants to go actively in this war, and of course everybody is concerned what will be the outcome.
Australia and Japan also said they had no plans to send warships to help with this issue that needs, quote, very careful deliberation, but did not commit to helping the U.S. The New York Times reports President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is trying to raise $5 billion in additional funding for his private equity firm from both Arab states, even as he serves as a top U.S. government official as part of his fundraising effort. Saudi Arabia's
right here.
which is headed by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and has already funded the private equity firm of Jared Kushner to the top. Jail Monday after more than a year in custody. She was arrested during the 2024 Gaza Solidarity protests at Columbia University. Detained at a routine immigration check-in in New Jersey. This week, an immigration judge ordered her release on a $100,000 bond. It was the third time a judge ruled blocking her release twice following custody. Concordia was hospitalized following a seizure, and the legal team said her legs were chained to her bed and she was denied access to her lawyer or family. Concordia was the last person still held in detention from the Trump administration activists. A federal judge in Boston blocked Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Oklahoma policy, including blocking a January directive slashing the number of recommended childhood vaccinations from 18 to 11. Under RFK Jr., the CDC had dropped recommendations that all babies should be protected against hepatitis A, hepatitis B, RSV, dengue, and 2 types of bacterial meningitis. U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy wrote in his ruling, quote, "There is a method to how these decisions historically have been made, a method scientific in nature and codified into law through procedural requirements. Unfortunately, the government's disregarded those methods and thereby undermined the integrity of its actions." Unquote. Judge Murphy also found Kennedy violated federal law when he fired all 17 members of the Centers for Disease Control's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and replaced them with hand-picked appointees who questioned established medical research on vaccines. In Cuba, the national electricity grid collapsed Monday, leaving millions without power as Cuba reels from an energy blockade imposed by President Trump. It was the third major largest. This comes as New York Times reports that the Trump administration's pushing for Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel to step down. President Trump spoke to reporters Monday about his plans for Cuba.
The honor of taking Cuban California, taking Cuban men, whether I forget
Later in the broadcast, we'll go to Havana for the latest. In Afghanistan, the Taliban government says 408 people were killed and 250 injured. They said targeted a drug treatment center in Kabul with an airstrike. Pakistan denies the bombing of any health facilities, but reporters who visited the wreckage of the Omar Addiction Treatment Hospital found that 2 carried out on stretchers. The UN reports scores of civilians have been killed since Pakistan's defense minister last month declared open war on Afghanistan. The Trump administration's approved BP's proposed $5 billion oil drilling project in ultra-deep waters off the coast of Louisiana and the Gulf of Mexico. BP, formerly known as British Petroleum, is the same company responsible for the 2010 Deepwater Horizon disaster, the worst oil spill in U.S. history. Environmentalists warn the new project threatens Gulf communities, sensitive deep-sea ecosystems, and imperils marine life. And voters in Illinois head to the polls today for primary elections that could determine the balance of power in the next Congress. Ahead of the election, AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, poured nearly $22 million into Illinois' congressional races. Among AIPAC's targets is Kat Abudazela, a progressive running for Illinois' 9th district, covering parts of Chicago and its northern suburbs. She's condemned the war in Gaza as a genocide and has made cutting U.S. military aid to Israel a top campaign priority. She says AIPAC poured $7 million through 2 shell packs to defeat her, even as a dark money group was caught paying social media influencers for the Senate seat of retiring Democratic Senator Dick Durbin, with a flood of super PAC spending also influencing that race. Those are some of the headlines. DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York with Democracy Now's Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
And Juan, I look forward to seeing you next Monday on March 23rd at Democracy Now's postponed, but now for sure, 30th anniversary celebration at Riverside Church. We will be live streaming that at democracynow.org. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We begin today's show in Iran, as Israel's military says it's assassinated Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, one of the most powerful figures in the Islamic Republic. Larijani was seen as the de facto leader of Iran following Israel's assassination of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, on the first day of the war on February 28th. Israel claims it's also assassinated Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the besieged military. We begin the show with Trita Parsi, the Iranian-American executive vice president of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Trita, if you can explain the significance of this moment. Iran has not confirmed this, but Israel says it has killed the security chief, Ali Larijani. Who is he? And also the head of the Barej militia. Talk about both. Trita, if you could start again, we just didn't have your audio out.
I was just saying that it is confirmed that Larijani's son was killed in this attack, but it's not clear at this point whether Larijani himself was killed. It appears likely, but we don't know yet for certain. And it would be a very significant development, almost on par with the killing of the supreme leader. In the past couple of months, he had emerged as he was the person who was creating consensus, the consensus maker within that system, but also someone that was seen as much more open to the idea of reaching a diplomatic solution. In fact, there have been some diplomatic outreach between him and a very key person in the White House prior to this war, back in December. So he was definitely seen as someone who the United States potentially at some point could deal with, whether the Israelis deliberately targeted him because they just had the opportunity, because it was an effort to kill any potential off-ramp for Trump by eliminating those who could engage in diplomacy with him, or whether this is something that has more to do with the fact that perhaps the strategy now is shifting back towards regime decapitation after it's become clear that reopening the strait militarily is going to be extremely difficult. And as a result, the U.S. and Israel are shifting back towards what they started off this war with, by trying to see if they could decapitate the regime and cause regime implosion. I find that very likely. This is definitely a huge tactical blow to the Iranians, but the system already has preparedness for eventualities of this kind. We saw that after the killing of the Supreme Leader, and the same thing happened with the head of the Basij that had also been killed.
Your sense of where this war is heading. You wrote, one of the main mistakes on the American side is they believe the Iranian feared war more than surrender. In reality, they fear surrender far more than they fear war. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, I think that the United States and the Trump administration went into this war with a very false perception of Iran's state of strength or weakness. They believe that Iran was much, much weaker than the Israelis, knowing very well that the arguments for attacking Iran would very much be premised on the idea that it would be a relatively easy and quick thing to do. You need to convince Trump that it's easy and quick in order for him to go along with it. They succeeded in that. See what Marco Rubio said in his testimony in the Senate in January, essentially saying that there is a window of opportunity attacking because of this unique weakness of Iran. The weakness it has been since 1979 was the line. And the perception on the Trump administration side was that either the Iranians would simply be forced would implode, and in order to avoid that, they would strike a deal. They would essentially surrender in order to safeguard their own survival. But this is a fundamental misread on the theocracy in Iran, not just because its strength was clearly not as weak as the U.S. thought. On the contrary, we see now very clearly they were very well prepared for this type of a war and managed to, in some ways, increase their power, particularly their leverage through the Strait of Hormuz, but also because of the fact that at the end of the surrender was never in the cards. This is a theocracy that could survive war, it could even survive losing a war. But if it were to surrender, it would lose its base of support. The 15 to 20% of the population that still support it, they would be completely unforgiving of any such measure. And that would be a far clearer death knell to the theocracy than even a military loss.
Trita, before you go, I know you have to leave within a minute. What do you say to the analysts who are now saying with Larijani, if in fact he is dead, killed by Israel, that Israel recognized him as a negotiator behind the scenes, whether it's with Russia or the United States, and that they don't want these negotiations to take place?
Yeah, from the Israeli standpoint, it's absolutely clear they want this war to continue. Of Trump declaring victory and just ending the war. They have still achieved quite a lot because the Iranian military has been significantly degraded in several different aspects. However, the Israelis have fought so hard to get the United States to go into a full-scale war with Iran. For more than 20 years, they have tried to do this. So now when that is finally been achieved, this war as long as they can and kill off any potential off-ramps that Trump may be looking for. And if Trump actually were to look for an off-ramp actively, a critical counterpart of his would most see that several people who could have played that type of a role have been killed, and the remaining people within the theocracy tend to be the much more hardline ones who also see a benefit in prolonging the war rather than negotiating an end to it.
Trita Parsi, I want to thank you for being with us, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Coming up, Harrison Mann, former U.S. intelligence officer who resigned from the Army over the war in Gaza. His new piece, I Was Intelligence Analyst. Here's what a ground invasion of Iran could look like. Back in 30 seconds. I wanna be and starting. I know that there's someone who is waiting. I'll build up steady.
it's done.
Or the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue our look at the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran, numerous nations have rejected a request from President Trump to send warships to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has largely shut down the critical waterway. About 20% of the world's oil exports flows through the strait. On Monday, Germany's defense minister said this is not our war. President Trump criticized allies who are refusing to help.
I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need that. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react.
Meanwhile, Trump continues to give mixed messages on his war plans. On Friday, he was interviewed by Brian Kilmeade on Fox News.
When are you going to know when it's over? When I feel it. Okay, I feel it in my bones.
When I feel it in my bones. This all comes as the U.S. is sending 2,500 Marines and an amphibious assault ship to the Middle East. We go now to Harrison, former U.S. Army major who resigned in 2024 from the DIA, that's the Defense Intelligence Agency, over the Biden administration's policy in Gaza. He's now a senior fellow at Win Without War, a network of activists and groups working for a more peaceful, progressive U.S. foreign policy. His most recent piece for Zeteo is headlined, "I was a U.S. intelligence analyst. Here's what a ground invasion of Iran could look like." Harrison Mann, welcome to Democracy Now! Tell us what that ground invasion can look like as the U.S. is bringing thousands more U.S. troops to the Gulf region.
Thank you. So for context here, of this war, the Trump administration has not known what to do and how to get out of this. So there's really little left to try other than a ground invasion. The other context I want to add is that from the Israeli side, a long war that aims to collapse the Iranian state is good for them. So with that in mind, there's a couple options that Trump administration officials themselves have floated in the press. One is doing a landing on something called Kharg Island, which handles 90% of Iran's oil exports. It's located deep in the Persian Gulf past the Strait of Hormuz. Another option also floated by Trump officials themselves is some kind of raid on Iranian nuclear sites to try and secure or sabotage Iran's highly enriched uranium. To talk about the Marines you mentioned, I think it's really important to note, we've seen this Marine Expeditionary Unit described as 5,000 troops, or you said 2,500 Marines. There's 5,000 sailors and Marines aboard these ships altogether. There's only about 1,200 actual ground troops, which is a relatively small number if you're talking about invading a country, even if it's just seizing a small island. So I want us to keep that in mind. I think the target that seems to have risen to the top of Trump's list, we saw him and Lindsey Graham tweeting about it over the weekend, is Kharg Island. Again, it's a piece of critical oil infrastructure. The idea is that if you can capture it, you will basically get to hold 90% of Iran's oil exports hostage. The issue with this is that you have to sail. If you're going by ship, you have to make it through the Strait of Hormuz, which the U.S. Navy currently determines is too dangerous for it to go through. Or if you fly in, you're still landing on an island that's just about 15 miles off the coast of Iran. So frankly, I think any attempt to seize this island would be close to a suicide mission. I hate to say it, with U.S. troops within range, not just of the drones and missiles that Iran has targeted the whole Gulf and Israel with, but also shorter range weapons that they haven't had the opportunity to use yet. Artillery, rockets, short range drones. And it's really easy to imagine how if you drop troops on that island, they could really end up being trapped there, which would really play into the hands of the Iranian government. And I think a U.S. mass casualty event or even a de facto hostage situation.
I am well. How are you? Yeah, Emily.
How you night too?
No complaints, man. How about yours?
Yeah, all right. I can tell you. Yes. Early in the morning. I should be sleeping by now, but hey. Gotta be ahead of time over this time, man.
Yeah, you do.
Has been suggested can mine these waters both around the island and the Strait of Hormuz.
And I hope there ain't no delays.
Yeah, right.
Up to now, they haven't texted me or nothing.
3 days ago, 2 days ago.
No, I wasn't like, wow.
No, I'm saying 2 days ago there was 1,500 delays. The day of the storm,
Yeah, I heard it, man.
1,500.
Hey,
And that,
know that I would have looked like chick.
that was only United.
I did that when the first shutdown. I was gonna travel. And when I heard that they shut it down, I didn't travel. Nah, I don't want to get that night. And then I waited, and then I booked it out now, and it shut down again. Oh shit! Already I booked.
It's extremely
So
difficult
far,
to
so good.
resupply or to
I was
get
sick.
out there.
And I was
That's who you flying with, United?
Huh?
United Airport? I mean, United Airlines? Terminal C or Terminal A?
So far, my flight goes at 8 in the morning. I'm gonna hit off.
You know, it's better to be early than late. supposed to. Huh?
Kind of cold.
Think so? I love this weather. Well, planes normally get cold, right?
Oh, yeah.
You said you should be sleeping. I just got sleepy as soon as you said it.
Yeah, man.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh my God. The power of suggestion is real.
After this, about working?
But yeah, I go overnight.
Oh, all night?
Yeah, overnight. Look at the road. Mine.
Like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah, the family, everything. Yeah, I hear you. Oh,
traveling for business.
no, we got my house over there.
Stay.
Got my mother here.
Borinquen?
Yeah.
I am.
I think it's my mom. My brother is
That's right.
Come here, go. That's our house. Well, you know, she's old. That's let's say it's our house.
Right, right.
Well, I got to take care of it. I got to take care of the house. I can't even close it. Here. I'll be here. Like, everybody. Not the same thing like open the house and clean.
Right. Absolutely.
House,
yeah, gotta be lived in.
Yeah,
gotta be lived in.
So, I mean, like 5 months. Live again the house. They come back and
I told myself I'm gonna visit my island one day soon.
where?
Borinquen.
Oh yeah? Oh, Boricua?
Yeah.
Ah.
Pues nací aquí. Mi familia de... mi familia de... padre de... ¿Cómo se llama? Piedra something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my mother's from Guanabo.
Oh,
yeah, I haven't been because I won't come back. Yeah.
Rio Piedra, you live in the
Yeah, my father's from the city part. I won't go because they told me that I wasn't a Puerto Rican over there.
Oh man, yeah.
I don't get no. It's cool though. You know why? Because I know a Chinese man that was born on the island and he's a Puerto Rican.
I got a friend of mine that told me over there. He's a guy we went to school together. Sometimes we do this.
Can Israel, in your sense, keep up this kind of multi-front war?
I think Israel can honestly keep it up as long as the U.S. continues to supply it with munitions and an incredible amount of air defense and air protection. Right? There's nothing really keeping the Israeli military from pulling out of Iran and focusing entirely on Lebanon. The U.S. is already fighting the war Netanyahu wanted for him. Right? Israeli air power is not adding a whole lot to that, so we could see that happen. They could keep going in Lebanon for a while if they continue to enjoy U.S. air defenses, resupply of interceptors, and now the ground munitions, tank and artillery shells that they need to fight in Lebanon. The political side of that, I'm less sure of. I think we're heading towards a nearly unprecedented level of rockets and drones and missiles actually hitting things inside Israel, not being intercepted. So I don't know how long Israeli people put up with that before demanding political change, but so far Netanyahu has been pretty successful at keeping public substantive opposition to starting new wars, especially over the past 2 years.
What about, Harrison, then, and if you can just say what the DIA does, what you resigned from the Defense Intelligence Agency?
Yeah, so it's sort of like a miniature CIA, and it performs a lot of the same analytic functions. So my office was responsible for assessing strategic intentions and military capabilities of all of the countries in the Middle East, figuring out what they were going to do and what the status of their armed forces were. So right now, they're probably looking very closely at how many Iranian missiles and Navy assets and other strategic assets are left.
And can you talk about, during the U.S. war on Iraq, when the U.S. invaded, Bush would always talk, President George W. Bush, about the coalition of the willing. To say the least, we're talking about, at this moment, doesn't look like there's any coalition. You have Italy saying, and this is a right leader of Italy, right, Giorgia Meloni, diplomacy needs to prevail. Estonia, when talking about this coalition, it's a bit rich. Spain, the objective must be for the war to end. Australia, we won't be sending a ship to the Strait of Hormuz. Germany, it's not NATO's war. The significance of Trump first castigating all these allies and then saying they have to do something here, and they think they won't.
Yeah, I mean, and just historically, it takes a lot for European leaders not to follow the U.S. into a Middle East intervention. If you look at Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and the general complacency there. So I think this is the latest fissure Trump is creating in the NATO alliance and the U.S.-Europe relationship, where he's transgressed so much that Europeans are not willing to assist. But I do want to note that that the U.S. Navy, U.S. has more aircraft carriers than all of these countries combined. The help from European countries, I think, would be much more symbolic than actually materially necessary to change the course of this war.
And in your former agency, the DIA, you were tasked with understanding and developing military strategy. To what level of a strategic blunder do you consider what has happened here with this war in Iran, historically speaking, in terms of the U.S. and its military?
Yeah, I think on the American side, it's just totally strategically bankrupt. Again, no plan after the first 24 hours, but it didn't immediately turn into Venezuela with a seemingly successful regime replacement operation. And we've seen them really just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. Right? It was less than 2 weeks ago that Trump was trying to foment a COVID uprising and Trump during right? They abandoned that in like 48 hours. Now we're seeing it basically trying to do policy by tweet and seeing if Europeans are willing to bail them out. Maybe as you mentioned, they're absolutely not. And I think it's important to note that it's Donald Trump was probably surprised by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, by the attacks on other Gulf states, by the skyrocketing oil prices, and we're also going to see foodstuffs go up because 30% of the world's food goes to the Strait of Hormuz as well. But the people who drove them into this war are not very much expected. I don't think you can get back to Marco Rubio or Benjamin Netanyahu, who are getting bombarded, just dragging the U.S. into what he hopes will be a decisive war annihilation against Iran.
And of course, this is an election year, and the concern about the level of danger the U.S. troops face, not to mention others, but 200 troops injured, 13 dead. Over the weekend, the Pentagon named 6 U.S. service members who were killed when their military fuel plane crashed in Iraq last week. The family of Technical Sergeant Tyler Simmons, including his grandma, spoke to NBC in Columbus, Ohio. They
prevented. We didn't need to be in this war. This is good war. And this is what we get.
Family who suffered right now. We only have family, but there are other families exposed loved ones just to create a war. It costs money to create a war. It's not. The grandmother of one of the U.S. Army, the grandmother of one of the servicemen who was killed. In the last 30 seconds, we have Harrison Mann. When President Trump was asking that question, who's rated 6 dead service members, he said, next question. He wouldn't even answer it. The significance of the lack of support for this war at home, even among the military.
Yeah, I think that's the effect of really clear strategic and tactical negligence when it comes to putting our troops in harm's way, right? Strategic negligence, like the very brave parents of this deceased pilot said, sending them into harm's way for no good reason, no reason to really explain why their son died. And then on the tactical level, we've also sent them to war without really obvious protections that could have saved lives. The first 6 service members who died were killed by a drone, basically inside of a trailer. No very rudimentary precautions that could have maybe saved their lives. So, unfortunately, Trump and Hegseth aren't really hiding that they're not concerned about how many lives they spend while they try to figure out what they're doing in Iran.
And former U.S. Army major who resigned in 2024. Over the Biden administration's policy in Gaza, now a senior fellow at Win Without War. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Cuba plunged into an island-wide blackout, leaving millions of people without power after the national electricity grid completely collapsed Monday. This was at least the third and the largest blackout to hit Cuba in just about 4 months. The native fuel shipments have reached Cuba in more than 3 months, according to the government, compounding a humanitarian crisis caused by decades of U.S. sanctions. Meanwhile, the New York Times reported Monday Trump's negotiators told their Cuban counterparts must be removed from power. President Trump spoke to reporters at the White House Monday.
Taking Cuba in some form, taking him, free him, take it. I can do anything I want with it.
Whether I free it, take it, or can do anything I want with it, President Trump says. From where we're joined by 2 guests in Havana. We go to Danielle Montero, Cuban journalist and producer with Belly of the Beast, an independent media outlet covering the impact of U.S. sanctions on Cuba. And in San Diego, California, we go to Sarah Kozak, assistant professor in history at University of California, San Diego, who's just returned from Cuba. A recent piece for The Guardian headline, in the other U.S. target of regime change, Cuba, I saw real hardship and resilience. But Danielle, let's turn to you right now. In Cuba, talk about this largest blackout that we have seen, what it means for the people, what it means for Cuba, and what's happening.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I mean, what's really heartbreaking about this latest blackouts that we have is that at this point, for our daily lives, it doesn't feel any, that much different from normal days. What I'm trying to say is because no fuel is coming in, I mean, blackouts have extended significantly over the past few months. Right now in Havana, which usually fares a lot better than the rest of the country, we're talking about at least 12 hours a day. You go to the provinces, like, outside of the city where my family is. Blackout has tremendous impact throughout, but what I'm trying to convey is that because blackouts have extended so much due to the oil blockade, it doesn't feel that different. Right now, the power grid is coming back on. It usually takes them about a whole day to bring it entirely throughout the country. And authorities have said that precisely because there's less fuel, it takes them longer to bring back the grid. Of course, the consequences of this, not just the national blackout, but the oil blockade as a whole, it's tremendous. I think for the first time in my life, sanctions, feel. I think you cannot find someone in Cuba that's not being affected by the current state of affairs.
What about the fact that even Latin American countries that have had long relations with Cuba and have progressive governments like Brazil and Mexico and are also oil exporters, that they have not stepped forward more strongly to assist Cuba with oil?
I mean, I think that just speaks to the world we're living in. I mean, Trump has exerted all of the pressure he can on other countries, and sadly, it has worked so far. And we're just living through the results. Of course, it saddens me as a Cuban. I suffer it every day. This is not some abstract or theoretical notion to me. We suffer it every day, and it's terrible. I mean, we're talking about. I have no other way to describe it. Sanctions are literally killing people right now. Because the conditions are so bad, and this has everything.
And how do you react to this announcement of the Cuban government that it will now be allowing Cuban Americans to own businesses and invest in the island?
I think that it's actually a news that was rather possibly received by people in Cuba. And you have to understand that over the past 15 years, the country has been progressively. So that is actually something that didn't necessarily surprise anyone listening to the news, and that most people have no problem.
And what President Trump said from the Oval Office, Danielle, how it's being received in Cuba. Take it or free it or whatever, but that's going to happen very soon. And the demand that the Cuban president, Diaz-Canel,
it is absolutely outrageous. I mean, we're talking about the idea of a negotiation or a talk between two countries cannot start with the premise of one of the parties stepping out. So if the goal was to actually of the Cuban people, then that would not be the premise. And of course, this does not surprise us. We oil embargo means starvation. That is what they're trying to do. And right now, with the oil blockade, conditions are worse than they ever have been. So, as a Cuban, as someone living here, all of my family is here, it is absolutely outrageous to listen to, Donald Trump and the administration in the United States saying that they're trying to help Cuba, they're trying to liberate Cuba, because they don't articulate the price that they're asking people to pay. Sure, they're saying that they want freedom, they want democracy, they talk about all of these good things that are going to bring to the Cuban people, but they should really articulate the means to get there. The means to get there is the Cuban people suffering, is the Cuban people dying.
Have you experienced in Cuba, we have the reports of a magnitude 5.8 earthquake this morning on top of the national blackout?
Yes, it is not very uncommon to have these quakes. Fortunately, they don't usually actually cause that much damage out there. But at this point, it's just feel like, what else is gonna happen? I look back at in January, I found myself at home. Maduro's abduction had just happened, and the idea of an actual U.S. invasion to Cuba for the first time became very real in my head. And we happen to live very close to a military base here in Havana. And I found myself having a conversation with my wife, and basically just thinking, what room in the house do you think we would survive if they bombed? And by the end of the conversation, we're just looking at each other and going like, can you believe we're even having this conversation? And I think that's just the general feeling of being in Cuba right now with everything that's coming from Washington. What else is going to happen? When is this going to stop?
I'd like to bring in Sarah Cozumel, assistant professor in history at the University of California, San Diego. Professor, you've visited Cuba over the years, and particularly in the rural parts of the country. You recently returned from Cuba. Could you talk
in which petroleum and food arrives, and so they have fewer resources. The situation is much harder. There have been prolonged blackouts that have lasted many hours more than they've lasted in Havana for months now. But those have gotten worse in the last few weeks. So when I was there, they were getting maybe 16 hours of blackouts and maybe twice a day, 3 hours of electricity. And within the period that I was there, it was reduced to maybe 3 hours of electricity a day. And right now, it seems that people have gone at least 25 hours, 26 hours since electricity at this point.
I want to ask Danielle about the response of the Cuban people. Obviously, like we saw it with Iran, I mean, you have Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, urging people to rise up in Iran. He says you can, take people to water, but you can't make them drink. President Trump was urging that. What do you see happening? Are people angrier at the United States or at the Cuban government at this point?
I think when you're hungry, your politics are, I want food. I think for the majority of people, that's what they're feeling. Look, I don't see that the goal that the U.S. is trying to achieve here, which is the majority of the people rising up, that simply hasn't happened. There are minor protests, when the blackouts happen, but that's been happening for the past 5 years. That it's not new. So like that change that the U.S. is hoping to achieve in Cuba is simply not happening. I think people are very aware of what's going on, and they're paying the price of decisions that have been made, but they're more concerned with what do I do today, what do I eat tonight, than anything else. Because as I said, when your concerns are expressing as those, that is the extent of your goal.
And I wanted to ask also Professor Cozumel, this Trump claim that the leadership of this absolute narcissism of our president, that he decides that he's the one that makes change in every one of these countries. Your sense of how this is being received among the Cuban people?
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's not being received well. When I was there just a few weeks ago, I spoke to many people and I asked them straight up, like, what do you want to happen? What would you like to see? And even people who vocal critics of the political system, and so who were less vocal critics of the political system, nobody agreed with what Trump was doing. None of them. And so, I think Cubans are a highly educated population. They understand the maneuvers, they understand the tactics, and I think right now they're feeling really blindsided. They just, it was confirmed on Friday that that the government is in negotiations with the United States. And so the process of sort of like understanding and processing that was just beginning on Monday, yesterday, when this announcement happened. And I think, multiple people told me there's outright anger in their voices that they wouldn't allow something like this, that they would fight back. So, ultimately, Cubans have fought for sovereignty many, many times. And it doesn't seem that they're going to just sort of lie there while this is happening again.
We just have a minute. I want to go back to Danielle in Havana, Cuba, about this convoy that is headed to Cuba. Many groups involved, including Progressive International, Code Pink. How much of a difference at this point does international solidarity make?
I would argue that international solidarity is now more important than ever, especially coming from the United States, because I mean, what everyone is hearing about Cuba is this oil embargo, it's how everything is so bad in the country. I mean, the idea of having people coming over and showing a different face coming from the United States and showing that you know we can still help each other. I think this is. I would argue Cuba has been in solidarity for a while now, but it's certainly needful right now. In terms of difference it can actually make, it depends on what they bring in. We need everything that anyone can bring in at this moment. I think the most important part is the symbolic value of showing their support to fight the narrative that's coming from the Trump administration.
Danielle Montero, I want to thank you for being with us, Cuban journalist, producer with the independent media outlet Belly of the Beast, joining us from Havana, and Sarah Posman, assistant professor at the University of California, San Diego. We'll link to your piece in the other U.S. target. So we'll coming up, the anti-ICE protesters have been convicted on terrorism charges for taking part in a demonstration outside the Prairieland ICE jail in Texas. They each face up to 15 or at least 15 years in prison. Here on Democracy Now! And Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The end today show. Charges and closely watch trial. Both raised fears over the Trump administration's intensifying crackdown on activists and First Amendment rights. This marked the first time terrorism charges were successfully brought against activists by the Justice Department as federal prosecutors.
Like drunk?
It's up to you. That happened during the protest outside the Prairieland ICE jail in Alvarado, Texas last year. 9 protesters took trial and four facing
You're welcome, sir. Morning.
Protesters were also indicted.
Spirit Airlines, right?
Yes. Collective and National Lawyers Guild has provided legal assistance. Who were arrested after the Prairieland last July. Represents one of the Thank you so much for being with us. That day and what the charges are that these 8 protesters were.
Good morning. Yes, I need to be here and to be able to give more information. I think after the trial that I was able to see in some weeks. I was really frustrated, and going very large.
just to be clear, you're talking about a noise protest?
Usually they happen literally noise. And for me, this has been so uncommon. I have seen noise levels across the country that also feature fireworks. But this was very clear from trial. The firework did not even hit any fence, any public buildings. It was raining that day. Unfortunately, people were leaving. I've seen on videos, we heard about officers, people were leaving, the police would arrive. One of the first arriving officer from the police department got off his car, drew his firearm at one of the protesters, and then shots were fired in his direction. And then the officer shot back. So what happened was a noise demonstration that anyone could have gone to, and unfortunately shots fired back and forth after the officer drew his firearm. The charges, unfortunately, were not only material support for terrorism, they were riot, they were using explosives in the commission of a felony, and then an array of attempted murder charges, which all those charges, only one person was found guilty, the person alleged to have shot the rifle.
And can you talk about the federal prosecutors' attempt to accuse all of the protesters of being part of Antifa?
Yes. So what we've heard from the federal government since July 4th, 2025 is descriptions that are similar to what we're hearing in Minneapolis, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in Portland, and now in Vermont. Wearing black, disguise had never been found. He still felt his opinion. But then we heard from celebrating that folks explaining that no such thing exists. It's case it is suspectful Antifa member. It actually didn't even need Antifa. You could maybe just riot, but you're still terrorism, attempted murder. You was outspoken, don't need it for intervention. So, the biggest witness that the prosecution has and he was presented as the expert. He actually worked for a has been considered and his direct has been exposed as a witness for COVID. He's very right-wing, very conservative. This person, don't understand that he actually helped so the so-called expert on Antifa, even the judge was also the one who wrote its Antifa indictment for the federal government. We could sign him officers from every agency ATF.
We just have 15 seconds. What happens next? They've been convicted of terrorism. Many of these protesters facing at least 15 years in jail.
Okay, so travel safe, man.
said they'd reconnected the national power grid that had completely collapsed Monday. But blackouts are expected to continue. A U.S. energy blockade has cut off Cuba from accessing desperately needed fuel as the Trump administration intensifies its pressure to topple the Cuban government. The Justice Department's dismissed charges against an Army veteran who set a U.S. flag on fire across the street from the White House last year. The protest held by John J. Kerry mandated federal agencies to vigorously prosecute anyone who burns the U.S. flag. Kerry was not charged with flag burning, but faced 2 misdemeanors, including for igniting a fire in an undesignated area.
Morning, brethren. How are you? I won't complain, man. It's a beautiful day.
Could definitely be warm.
You know, I'm actually, I can hold off on the warm. It's going to be hot. Yeah, it's going to be hot this summer. So I'm enjoying this cool weather. You know what? Yeah. I'll take that all day. I got a friend from India that told me he was hot here. I was like, yeah, lost your fucking mind. It was summer.
Oh, okay.
It was summer, but I'm like, you're from India. That's like nothing but heat. He was like, yeah, nah, it's hotter here than it is in India. I was like, yeah, you need to go back home. Yeah, okay, that's nuts.
I was in Texas for 20. When I came back, I felt pretty good. About a week or two, because it was brutal. But that's
yeah, I'm trying to retire to Alaska. My wife wants to go to Phoenix. I'm like, yeah, you understand how goddamn. I don't like the heat. I'm a winter baby. I was born right here in this town, Jersey boy. So I love winter. Well, I did that. I looked at Missouri. She gets her summers. I get my winters. You know, still get our changes.
More Washington. I don't know if there's Washington, but that's north stuff, right? Where I don't like this hot here because I'm Mediterranean. We sweat. So when it's hot out, I'm dying. It's cold out. I like the cold too. I was born in January. Skiing, snowboarding is my favorite sport. The problem for me is I mean, this year it's snowed.
Yeah.
This year that it snowed. The past couple of years,
you know, we haven't had a winter.
Yeah.
So this year was, you know, very welcome for me. I welcomed it very well.
I felt like a fool. My coworker, he came from Ukraine, and I told him, I was like, look, man, don't worry. We don't get any snow. It's been years. I haven't seen any cold winter. Like 2 weeks later, the first snow was coming. I came into work and like, bro, what happened? You told me you guys don't have any winter here. I said, you must have brought it with you.
Yeah, this summer I follow the Old Farmer's Almanac. It's an old American publication. It's probably older than the country because it was the framers of the Constitution who wrote it, and they wrote it like at least 100 years in advance because they understood like processions and equinoxes and seasons. They understood all that shit. They were built for Old Farmer's Almanac. Huh? But yeah, it's still being published. Yeah, somebody picked up the mantle and kept it going. It predicts weather patterns because of its name, the Old Farmer's Almanac. So, you know, it's all about agriculture. And when growing food, you need to know what's going on because you kill all your seeds. And this year, they're predicting that it's going to be a scorcher. And they predicted this winter weather. Yeah. It pales by comparison, though. 1996 was in my lifetime, probably the worst winter we've had.
What's crazy blizzard?
96, 18 blizzards filled New York. Yeah. New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut got pounded. 18, back to back.
That's actually crazy.
Back to back.
Man, if I knew that was coming, I would go right to the park, right by the mountain, and I would just enjoy a month skiing or something. I would never leave my mountain.
Hey, you want real snow? Go to Buffalo.
That's what I go up sometimes.
Okay.
I like white shits.
I made the mistake and went to Buffalo. That's not normal. What happens there? Not fucking normal. So see that blue awning?
Yeah.
Snow reaches past that. People die there every winter. Just trying to clear their cars. Yeah. I hope that's AI.
It wasn't. That's the crazy part.
Because that was some bullshit.
People that were against the wind, the snow was all like the and people were jumping out the windows, off the side of the
It's insane.
The guys did a meme video, they built a tunnel in the snow to his car. They dug out and they were inside the car, like hanging out, completely covered in snow.
See, that's yeah, I'm good. Good. I love winter. I don't like snow. Keep that. If I could have just the cold, that face-breaking cold, that shit that hurt, I'll take it. The snow, though, I'm not a fan. It's necessary, I understand, but I'm not a fan.
I like the snow where I'm at. I like the snow on the mountains. I like the mountains. So what did and this is like the first time we got like I gotta give Madonna credit. The second time around, next day, that was clear. I was shocked because the first time we went to the second time, compared to Jersey City, it was like Jersey City. How well Manhattan.
Everybody should have been ashamed over here in Jersey. Yeah, because see, what's happened here is that we've lost our sense of community here. There was a period, like in 96, everybody came out and cleared up. Everyone came out, along with the city. Because we knew that if we cleared before the city, they would just fly us in.
Yeah.
So we came out with the city, and neighbors came out to help neighbors. Everyone was in. This time, people just sat on their asses and let it get piled up and blocked. They just did retarded shit for shit.
I cleared my car once, and back the next day, like you said. Truck came, buried the thing, and I was like, all right, well, I'm not driving. I dug out my girlfriend's car a couple times.
Yeah, I dug out mine, a couple of my neighbors, because they're elderly. They can't come out and do it. So, my wife kept saying, stop, no, don't do it. I'm like, bro, they need us to do it. And what happened? Like what happened? It used to just come out here and just allow people out for fun.
Yeah. That's the crazy part. When I was a kid, we would do it for fun. We would go out for fun because we would use like an entertaining time with your friends to go on the shovel. If we got lucky, someone would give us a few bucks.
Right? Maybe a cup of hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Rewarding enough.
I miss that, honestly. I really do. Because I grew up in Jersey too, and then a little bit of Long Island back. And I both tell, like, dude, it's my childhood. Like going out, I don't see kids doing stuff like that.
They can't.
I think I was the last. I think my age group was the last people. I'm 28 now.
You think? I think mine was.
Really?
I'm Gen X.
Maybe I was like the fumes of it. Because
yeah, you were that very like.
I still did those things. I loved going out shoveling. And we would do Halloween. We would do all those things.
Oh yeah, no, you can't do that shit.
No, you can't.
Yeah, they're not kidnapping your children and trafficking and they're poisoning them.
Yeah,
so you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
I remember my elementary school when I was one of the best times of my life. By the end of high school, it just wasn't even a thing going around any of the towns. There was like 2 towns over.
there were parents drivers. Was that town people were doing it still?
If I had my way, though, honestly, I'd eliminate every holiday in this nation, every one of them, simply because they're all pagan, demonic holidays. When you really study the origins of them, when you study the origins of them, they're just demonic. All of them. There's not one good holiday. Hell, I let go of all of them when I was young, except one. I couldn't let go of one. I finally did, but that one was still hard for me. It was Thanksgiving. That's the one time of year that you can actually pick out and no one's going to judge you.
Yeah.
You know, any other time I'd be like, this nigga greedy. But that time you could go 7, 9 people's houses and just eat your ass off. Yeah, so I finally let that one go. But the rest of them, I'd let them shit go. Like Easter, right, which is coming up. The origin is Ishtar, a Babylonian demon. They call her a goddess, but if you look at her, the depiction of her, she's got like an owl body, 100 tits, claws. Well, yeah, she's a demon. She's a demon. It's Ishtar, the goddess of fertility. It's based, and that's where they get the word Easter, Ishtar. Yeah, and her sigils are eggs and bunnies right on her feet. That's where we get the Easter egg and the bunny shit from.
That's crazy. Hold on, I actually know you got me curious.
Yeah.
I always love finding out for the first time.
This is, the whole entire area has been marked out.
They put Christ on it. They put the King of my people on Easter to validate it. Yeah, it's best because you'll be worshiping Satan and don't even know it.
Yeah.
Worshiping Satan, like, hail Satan.
Who knows, dude? You see the prep that came out? Who knows what the hell, dude? I'm pretty sure like they're doing rituals. It's
why they call frizzle drip.
Why we're worrying about war in a land where we have monsters running the nation.
Well, that's why we started that war.
So yeah,
to distract us from them files.
That thing comes out, and I think it will eventually. I pray it will.
Never. They're going to take that to their graves and then bury it with them. They're going to let go of some stuff that's of no significance to us. We got to get the people that are in it now while they're still alive so we can kill them.
Yeah.
We got to hang them.
And a lot of these people are going to die from old age before they can get on the sponsor.
Yeah, we got to kill them. Yeah, we got to kill them. They kill children. They kill children. Like, you know what? All the other shit, I'd be like, all right. But the babies, why the babies? And then I did the whole Department of Justice hack to go check out some of the videos. One made me sick. I physically got sick. When I tried to watch the next one, I was like, I can't. I heard a child's blood-curdling scream and an adult being disgusting. I was like, yeah, I'm glad they didn't even show it. They blurred it out. Like, this is disgusting.
They are, even if they die, I hope that they still get released so they're tainted for the rest of their lives.
Here's the thing. I don't know what your belief system is. I'm a Jew. I'm of the tribe of Ephraim, of the house of Joseph, of the children of Israel. I am a biblical Israelite. I am descended from those people in the Bible. We have a promise. Our king is going to return to this earth. It's prophesied. And so far, every prophecy in that book that they call the Bible has either come true or is coming true as we speak. Our king is going to return to this earth. And he promises them eternal damnation. But not just, go to hell. He's going to torture them first. For everything that they did, to those children and everyone else, he's going to do to them sevenfold.
They deserve it and worse.
I agree.
Only then they understand. When they experience the suffering that they caused, it's so sad.
Come on, man. Mo, what are you doing? Great.
Thanks a lot for the ride, man.
You're welcome, man. You want to go around the corner? You want to get off here? Does he? All right.
Have a wonderful day.
You as well, man. Travel safe.
Parts of our society, if it's not because without maintaining our ability to be American in the near term.
Charles, if you can respond to the CEO.
Plenty of a long history of making serious tens of millions, billions of profit. But ultimately, I see us killing people in faraway lands that are too easy not to care about. I think this latest endeavor is as we started this AI. Anthropic. Even though, which seems to be, controversy has been playing out as we come up with the Trump administration. We see Sam Altman from OpenAI rush in and take Anthropic was ultimately dropped. Huge profit. They're huge. The DoD is a huge customer. We've seen Microsoft use their platforms for targeting very Microsoft see OpenAI analytics also use for DoD contracts. It's huge money, and I think, should the Silicon Valley community wake up to ultimately the consequences of the technologies which they're working on and see their effect on the ground, which is where I work with the people who are foster families who there's this real disconnect between those tens of billions being made from war.
This is OpenAI CEO Sam. You mentioned speaking of the defense down in February.
Seems to bring, we're not dictators and totalitarian countries. We don't really think about countries using AI to fight nuclear war with each other. We don't really think about when and whether countries are going to have to think about new forms of social contracts. Talking about so we have an understanding of society going to be.
So that's Sam Altman of OpenAI, and just quoting the Pentagon Secretary, Secretary, the Defense Secretary, everything in the last days. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who bring their such their of course, America, regardless of what international officials say, is unleashing the example and precise their power campaign in history. Need to respond as deeply
Those are two jarring statements. Sam Altman, ideas, I think, in what he said, he's right. We don't know about this, we don't know about that, what the future holds. My view would be that because we don't know the potential dangers, risks, and damages that these technologies bring, we should pause as societies, as companies, as nations, as leaders, to have a serious conversation about what kind of AI future we want, whether this is a world that we want to build. Meanwhile, Pesquet, released a statement for the AI warfare strategy, which it talks about maximum lethality as with the rules of engagement. This is a deliberate sidelining of the checks and balances, accountabilities for the firing of military lawyers who are the community that I work to military commanders and decision makers to operate with any kind of single target threat for decades. You would have a military lawyer present looking at things, doing what's the proportionality calculation. So, okay, here's the military target. What's the risk to civilians? Should we go ahead? Should we pause? What measures we can take to avoid too many casualties? And a host of other considerations. Is this a legitimate target or is this indeed a goal? So that's military necessity. And history and these are professional, serious people, educated, political, trained American soldiers. Israel has its own version. They know militaries and Trump administration.
University joining us from the UK. Very expert research project that's very James. position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center, joined by another former government official who resigned over another war, Josh Paul, former State Department official who worked on arms deals, who resigned in 2023 after protests that pushed to increase arms sales to Israel. To press for a change in U.S. policy on Palestine and Israel. Josh, to understand how that's significant.
So by a partner country, specifically by Israel. Of course, in saying that, he is not saying anything that Secretary Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, did not himself say just days into this conflict. The difference is that Kent, and here perhaps his background as a military operator on the ground in special forces for covert operations, coming into the DC political scene, I think, probably pretty strongly objects to, given his own experience, and of course, the loss of his own wife in a terrorist attack in 2018. The second important thing here is that Kent is, by my count, the 16th US official in the last 3 years to resign over the US-Israel relationship. That is the trend that now spans both the Biden and Trump administrations. Of course, Kent is the first to resign from the Trump administration and the most senior to resign from either administration. I think a third important factor here is the insight this gives us into the debate that is happening within the MAGA movement when it comes to the US-Israel relationship. We know that there is a very visible, very vocal debate happening in the Democratic Party on that topic. It is clear that there is also a very vocal debate happening within the right wing of American politics. It is just less visible, and that's due to a number of factors, including Trump's management of the political party that is the Republican Party. But I think what we see here is this really coming to the fore, and perhaps a leading indicator of further breaks and shifts within the party on this issue to follow.
This is Joe Kent speaking in 2024 about U.S. policy towards Iran.
We have to stop making ourselves easy targets in the region. Actually makes us much, much more in an unsafe condition, and it gives Iran the ability to access us in a very, very easy way. Deprive Iran of targets, deprive Iran of funding, strengthen the Abraham Accords, let Israel take care of their own business.
Your response, Josh Paul.
So Joe Kent certainly knows the threat that Iran posed to U.S. forces when they're in the Middle East, having been awarded the Bronze Star several times, including for actions in Iraq. I think his point here is that this is, again, whatever threat Iran may pose within the region, it is not a threat to the United States. And the reason that we are currently engaged in this is in great part because of our presence in the region that is there to protect Israel, in many cases from the consequences of its own actions. And we see that most vividly here. I think it is very clear that we would not be in this conflict if it were not for that presence, if it were not for that relationship. And I think at the end of the day, U.S. national security officials, intelligence officials are there to put America's interests first.
It's interesting how the MAGA movement, the House Speaker, has just changed the rationale for attacking Iran, saying that this attack on Iran avoided a mass casualty event. And the question of whether this could provoke attacks on U.S. soil. It's interesting that Kent, this is in Mother Jones magazine, Trump's pick for counterterrorism, called for arresting BLM leaders as terrorists, who they were focusing on, people like Kent. He said, we need to treat Antifa and BLM like terrorist organizations. We need to use the tools of the federal government, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, go after them like organized criminals and terrorists. This is how he spoke when Trump was supporting him. And of course, you have Tulsi Gabbard, who is head of national intelligence, and instead she is spending her time looking at how Trump actually won the election, currying favor with Trump. And she was down in Georgia when they were taking something like 700 boxes from the Georgia election office.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be clear, Joe Kent is very much within the core sort of the MAGA movement. At the same time as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, and prior to that as chief of staff for the director of national intelligence, he and the NCTC have provided core support to the FBI's so-called 10-7 or post-October 7th task force, of course engaged regularly in two-way intelligence sharing with Israel. And you heard his previous comments when it comes to, advancing Israel's interest in the region and enabling Israel, to take that leadership on its own behalf rather than the UN exercising that leadership for it at cost to our own equities. So I think that there are a number of factors here. At the end of the day, I think what's clear is that Kent is someone who has, I think was at the top of his career here, was only in the job for a year. I don't think he went into that job with an intention of leaving it, but at the end of the day saw the dreadful impact that we see now on the global economy, on the US economy, on US interests of this war that Prime Minister Netanyahu has dragged us into, and felt he had to stand up and speak.
You're the former director at the Bureau of Political Military Affairs in the State Department, where you worked for 11 years. Josh Paul, as we wrap up, what do you think Congress can do at this point? There is a lot of criticism, of course, of Congress members and senators of what Trump is doing with Iran right now, dropping these bunker buster bombs, for example, today. But what actually can they do?
So what they can do, of course, is much more than what they will do. What they can do is, of course, exercise that oversight. At some point in the coming weeks, there is going to be a very important vote when the administration comes forward with a funding request for the Iran war. If members of Congress mean what they say about not wanting to support this war and not believing we should be part of it, they should vote against that funding. So I think there are a number of steps Congress can take. There are also, I should note, emergency arms sales that the administration has put through in the last couple of weeks for Israel, some of which are coming out of US stockpiles. Again, if members of Congress are serious about protecting US military global leadership, then they should be voting against those sales that are coming out of critically needed US stock. So there are a number of things Congress can do. I think the question remains to be seen of whether they will do those things.
Josh Paul, veteran State Department official, resigned in 2023 to protest the push to increase arms sales to Israel amidst its assault on Gaza. Now director at a new policy lobbying group he co-founded with a fellow resignee to press for a change in U.S. policy on Palestine-Israel. Coming up, we look at the Trump administration's escalating attacks on the press as President Trump threatens to charge journalists, news outlets, with treason. Treason is punishable by death. Stay with us. What Still Remains by Sebastian Zwatsky. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The Trump administration's escalating threats against media outlets. In a post Sunday, President Trump said news organizations should face treason charges for disseminating false information. FCC Chair Brendan Carr has also threatened to revoke broadcasters' licenses over their coverage of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. Carr wrote online, quote, broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as the fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up, unquote. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut blasted Carr, saying, this is the federal government telling news stations to provide favorable coverage of the war or their licenses will be pulled. A truly extraordinary moment. We aren't on the verge of a totalitarian takeover. We're in the middle of it, Senator Murphy said. This all comes as allies of President Trump consolidate their control over several major media outlets. Paramount Skydance, poised to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, which includes CNN and HBO. Paramount CEO is David Ellison, the son of Larry Ellison, a close Trump ally. Last week, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made this comment about CNN.
Fake news from CNN reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better.
At the Oscars Sunday, late-night host Jimmy Kimmel made this remark about CBS, which is now owned by Paramount.
We hear a lot about courage at shows like this, but telling a story that could get you killed for telling it is real courage. As you know, there are some countries whose leaders don't support free speech. I'm not at liberty to say which. Let's just leave it at North Korea and CBS.
We're joined now by Craig Aaron, co-CEO of Free Press and Free Press Action, not to be confused with Barry Weiss's The Free Press, which is now owned by Paramount, and she's head of CBS News. His news article is headlined, Warmongers Come for the Media. Craig, talk about the significance of this moment. Senator Murphy says we're not on the precipice or the edge of totalitarianism. We're in the midst of it.
Thank you, Amy. Yeah, this is a very clear abuse of power. The idea that the chairman of the FCC would be, threatening broadcasters with losing licenses for not echoing Trump administration propaganda. The idea that the defense secretary is out there cheering on a mega merger so that Trump cronies can be put in charge of the media to get more favorable coverage. We really haven't seen anything like this in recent memory, and it has been going on throughout the Trump administration. Just a complete abuse of power by FCC Chairman Carr, performing really for an audience of one that is Donald Trump, jumping on his every utterance to saber rattle, to threaten broadcasters. And really, the threat is the point. They want these companies to be afraid. They want them to change, and they are sadly too often willing to do it in order to push through mergers, in order to get special favors, and in order to guarantee their other divisions big fat government contracts. They've shown a willingness from CBS on down to warp and alter coverage to make it more favorable to the Trump administration. And as we've seen, whether it's lawyers, universities, media companies, when the bullying works, you just get more and more bullying.
Craig Aaron, he's talking about threatening news organizations with treason. Presumably, this also means the journalists within them. It's extremely serious because if you are convicted of treason, you face death. You have, for example, Hegseth responding to journalists covering the death of the service members in the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, saying that this is unfair to cover this. You have when a reporter asked President Trump on Air Force One to talk about the deaths, for example, of the 6 service members, he goes next. He doesn't want to.
Hi, I'm Kim Bunnell in Wanganui, New Zealand.
And I'm Ethan Clark in London.
It's Tuesday.
That wants to hide and warp coverage of their own incompetence, of their own failings, of their own crimes, like these that you covered earlier in the program, and the deaths of hundreds of school children. They don't want the U.S. media covering this story, and they are showing that they are willing to threaten the use of regulations, of government policy, of changing owners in order to push those media companies into silence, in order to have journalists question what stories are they going to cover, wonder if their bosses are going to back them up when they do serious reporting on the crimes of this administration, whether that's kidnapping people and sending them to other countries, whether that's launching a war. The most serious stories that we need the newsrooms with the biggest resources covering, the Trump administration is signaling, you better think twice. And unfortunately, the billionaire owners of these companies are signaling back, if you'll give us favors, if you'll give us mergers, we're willing to do your bidding. This works because the CEOs have backed off, and they're going to keep doing it until these media companies start standing up.
Craig Aaron, co-CEO of Free Press and Free Press Action. We'll link to your new article, Warmongers Come for the Media. We'll be live streaming our 30th anniversary event at democracynow.org next Monday. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for joining us.
WBAI New York at 99.5 FM and WBAI.org on the web. I'm Michael G. Haskins. If you find this kind of union, labor-centric public affairs programming, if you find that it works for you, we need you to show your support. We need you to call 833-922-4692, 833-922-4692. No one answers. Please leave a voice message with your name, your telephone number, and someone will call you back very, very shortly. You can also send a check or money order to WBAI Pacifica, 388 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, 11217. Think about becoming a WBAI buddy, a sustaining member for as little as $10 a month. Right now it's 9 a.m. here in New York City, and coming up next is Covert Action Bulletin with Chris Garaffa and Rachel Hoover.
Welcome to Covert Action Bulletin, the official radio program and podcast of Covert Action Magazine. We've been exposing the covert action of the U.S. government and Democrats worldwide since 1978. I'm Chris Garaffa.
And I'm Rachel Koo. Before we get into our show, we want to thank everyone who's shown their support for WBAI by becoming a buddy of this show. If you haven't yet, We need to do your part to support the station. Go to WBAI.org, click the BAI Buddy button, or an action to choose to support the Covert Action Bulletin. Your donation goes to keeping WBAI running and on the air. Stormforge, Ender's Foundry, Project Grant, Open Arsenal. These are the names of just some of the case-setting projects that Pete Hegseth identified in the January memorandum on the artificial intelligence strategy for the Department of War. Their names are as hard to take seriously as Operation Epic Fury. But like the war, the Pentagon's AI initiatives are already having a significant impact on the world. AI systems were reportedly used to select targets for more than 1,000 attacks in the first days of the war on Iran. It's investing heavily in target systems, data collections and analysis, and even autonomous weapons that can take instructions and then independently engage in missions, destroying and killing without immediate human feedback. Private companies won't be left out of it either. The Pentagon plans to, quote, leverage the hundreds of billions in private sector capital investments being made in America's AI sectors through our growing array of creative partners. Anduril, AI, and Google billions of dollars continue to be spent every year on using AI to increase lethality, essentially, to make the U.S. military even more of a threat around the world. So much to unpack here, Chris. AI has been on my mind in all different directions, but I wanted to kind of toss it to you to get us started in kind of breaking down some of these major changes and how they're not flying under the radar, but they're being underestimated or perhaps not being shown enough light on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, AI is just being forced down our throats, and we're, in some ways, I think we're all just getting used to it in a way that every app we use, every website we use now has AI. It's now powered by AI. There's an AI chat bot. There's an AI recommendation system, whatever it is. And in some ways, I think we're all just getting used to it, whether or not we like or dislike the idea of AI. It is becoming normalized. You know, I'm a developer. I use AI to code. There was a really interesting article in the New York Times talking about how, you know, coders, developers, engineers look at AI differently than like artists do, because for us it takes the monotony out of writing, you know, certain things, so we can be creative. Whereas for artists and for others, you know, it removes the entire fun of the project, the creativity part of it. It's just an interesting conversation that's being had amongst different sectors of society. But, you know, I think that the reality is, yeah, that AI is just here now and it's being pushed down our throats. We didn't ask for it, right? We didn't ask for this. We didn't ask to destroy the planet for, you know, so XAI and Palantir and all of them could make more money, but here we are. So that's, I think, part of it. I think, too, that the Pentagon has for many years looked at the possibilities of AI. They were involved with the Pentagon and associated agencies like DARPA, really involved in a lot of AI research, you know, very early on when AI was taking shape, you know, different types of shape, you know, to talking about not even the things that we have now, like chatbots, but, you know, visual, you know, machine learning, and also just trying to identify, you know, like picture recognition. What am I looking at here? What does this camera see? Is it an enemy, so-called, or is it something friendly, or is it neutral? So the Pentagon had, you know, heavily invested through, you know, various agencies like DARPA in that kind of research. And of course, the Pentagon is going to say that it wants to be involved and, you know, lead in AI. But when it says lead in AI, it's exactly what you said earlier. They want to increase lethality. They want to use AI to kill. And I'm glad we're talking about it. You know, we had planned to talk about AI, but I'm glad we're talking about it this week, because Palantir, who we've talked about many, many times on the show, had a conference over the weekend, AIPCon, the Artificial Intelligence Platform Conference. And Rachel, wow, they gave a demo of Project Maven. If you remember, this is something that Google employees had basically threatened to quit over. They said that Google is involved in this project. We are not going to work for Google. We are the workers here. We're the ones who should decide what we're working on, and we don't want to work on this thing, you know, for the Pentagon.
Was it it's the same project that was used, the AI surveillance project that was used to be part of the capture of Maduro as well, correct?
It's possible. We don't. That might have been something else. We don't know exactly. That may have been something from Anthropic, not from Palantir. And so it's reported that it was Anthropic's AI that was used in part of the capture of Maduro. It's also reported that it was Anthropic's AI that targeted those, selected those 1,000 or so targets in the first days of the war in Iran. Now Anthropic is actually being removed from the Department of Defense because of this lawsuit. We talked about a little bit about it last week. There isn't a whole lot new there, but I want to play a couple clips here, Rachel, that I think are very important. This is Cameron Stanley, Chief Digital and AI Officer at the Department of War.
Once we've got the different approaches and we select one, we then can move directly into how do we action that target. So we've gone from identifying the target to now coming up with a course of action to now actioning that target, all from one system. This is revolutionary. We were having this done in about 8 or 9 systems where humans were literally moving detections left and right in order to get to our desired instant. In this case, actually closing a kill chain.
Closing a kill chain, and since you're on the radio here, you can't hear the fact that he's showing a bomb blowing up. He's showing, clicking and dragging some stuff around on a screen, and the result is closing a kill chain. But here's how he describes how he feels about this. This is from the same talk, the same person.
I live my life. No fair fights. If I can avoid it, let's not have fair fights. Our guys win, and we come home.
Oh, yikes. No fair fights?
No fair fights. Our guys win and come home. Let's not have fair fights. I mean, listen, you can get all into, military honor and discipline and all that if you want, and the theory of war and all that. And of course, if you go to a war, you want to win. But, to be out there, to be, this very high level person, the Chief Digital and AI Officer at the Department of War. And God, that's such a corporate title, by the way. Like when I work in marketing, I could have seen us, if AI was a thing then, we would have had a Chief Digital AI Officer. So that's a whole other conversation. But to be coming out there and saying our guys win and we can come home, it's such a great system, we love it. But this pattern, they say, right? He basically, and at one point he actually does say in another video, left click, right click, left click. It harkens back to left, right, left. The boots on the ground, all of that chant, that cadence. So he's saying left click, right click, left click. He says they use the system to identify targets, to generate courses of action, to identify the asset. By assets, they mean machines and people, by the way. They use this language that removes you so much from what's actually happening. And then after they've identified the people and machines that will get to the target, they call it actioning to get their desired end state, like bombing something. It's significant to me, Rachel, and then I want to hear your thoughts on this, because I know you're thinking a lot of things here, but it's significant to me that, obviously Palantir had this conference planned, but that they showed Project Maven, that we are in a war right now with Iran, where this technology and technologies like it from other vendors are being used, where Palantir is really the one leading the way and incorporating a lot of the AI services from other companies, and also the data that is generated from these other AI projects. Just the timing to me is extremely interesting. To see how Palantir is so, they're so proud of it. And there's a lot more to say, because we know that Palantir has always been proud of what they do, explicitly in, shaping the world and working with the U.S. military. We know that their leaders high up, and I'm going to come back to this later. They know that we know that their high up leaders believe that Western civilization must be saved, and that they think that that's actually what they're doing. But anyway, your thoughts, Rachel?
I mean, several things here, Chris. I mean, immediately, one of the things I wanted to point out for people about what's going on with Palantir is that it just feeds into this kind of AI bubble that the market is like immensely rewarding. I mean, Palantir shares are up 12% just within this month. So this kind of announcement and this move towards the unveiling or the open marketing that they are a defense contractor in essence, this is being rewarded greatly. And I think that that's something that is natural to capitalism, albeit incredibly disturbing. But it makes me wonder about the trends that will be set within the AI space. Like there's this race to AI to begin with for the consumer market, let alone a new race for AI now in the kind of military space. Like that's a whole nother ball game of what could be happening. And the other aspect that I'm thinking about and reflecting on too is as we see this kind of integration, the use of AI chatbots to generate war plans. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that Palantir's demo was also talking about. That really gets me like, whoa, levels of things to think about. One of the things I'm taking away is also that this shift towards making AI, U.S. military technology, it also could change the data center fights around the country. Because what happens if the U.S. designates AI data centers as military necessities? What happens then when it's no longer up to private companies solely to kind of make these interventions, which many of the anti-data centers, the anti-AI movements in the U.S., they're picking up steam and they are successfully winning or fighting back or stalling these kind of projects. What happens if the U.S. military and the U.S. government just decides to override this as military projects that have the right to exist no matter what? We're going to see ourselves in some really interesting times for that. So those are all the things I'm thinking about, because the transformation, it's not an overnight transformation, but it's a pretty quick transformation on the public sphere. Here's your consumer grade AI, that the slop that's going to get shoved down your throats to write emails for your corporate job. How quickly that transitions into how do we make, this kind of technology that integrates surveillance, maps, and chatbots to accurately pinpoint and kill whatever schools and children we want in the Middle East. I mean, it just is it's a fast transition, on the face of it, but truthfully, it's one that it's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous transition. It's a very dangerous potential outcome with the public having no say. I mean, that's part of why people hate AI so much, is none of us had say in this. The private markets are driving this. And now we have no say in the way it's being utilized within the military, other than the ability to come out and to kind of combine some of these fights. But that's kind of my immediate gut reaction, Chris. It's just all of the other implications that what happens if this becomes critical military infrastructure? How does that then change, also the way the Pentagon is funding things, the kind of tax dollars and money and to keep the bubble afloat? I mean, so many questions I have there on how that could work. But nonetheless, that's like my immediate kind of just gut reaction.
So many good questions. And I think you're on the right track here, Rachel, with so many of them. Another thing that just happened on Tuesday, and as we're recording, or just before recording, is that a new book has come out. It's called Mobilize. It's by Shyam Sankar. He's the Chief Technology Officer at Palantir. The subtitle of this book is How to Reboot the American Industrial Base and Stop World War III. So first of all, why? I don't think anyone should be fooled by this. No one at Palantir wants to actually stop World War III. They just had an entire conference demoing how they're going to help win World War III, how they're going to help the United States win World War III. And it's got some, if you look at the website for the book, and people can look it up, it just apparently came out today. So I have not actually read this, but, probably will too, because I think it's important to actually understand what these figures are talking about. I'll probably wait until the ebook is available. But in any case, they're talking about an undeclared state of emergency in America, talking about a conflict with China, and it taking too long to rebuild our weapons stockpiles that we would just expend within weeks if we had to use them in a conflict with China. And so this idea of, bringing American industrialization, bringing industrial work back to America is not actually something that, Palantir necessarily cares about. But I think this is actually part of, just from what I've seen about this book today, this is actually something that they want to do and push in order to to prove, their loyalty, basically, and prove their worth, so that when their billions of dollars of contracts are ever questioned, they can say, listen, I'm the CTO of Palantir. I want to stop the next world war, even though our company is enabling the next world war. Sankar also, by the way, is responsible for this document. It's a 4,000-word document from 2024 called The Defense Reformation. And I'm not going to link this. People can go find it if they want, which also says, as a nation, we are in an undeclared state of emergency, and talks about how we need to apply software life cycle processes to the U.S. budget and to military planning. It also echoes, a little bit of what Alex Karp says. Now, Sankar is not a white guy, so it doesn't echo to the extent that Alex Karp, who's the CEO of Palantir and the co-founder of Palantir, doesn't echo quite to the extent of what Karp says about Western society, but it certainly does promote the idea that Western society has to win this epic battle that they've imagined it in between the West and the rest of the world, meaning the global South, meaning non-white countries, meaning Russia, China, Latin America, and eventually Africa as well.
Definitely, Chris. I think that's a really important insight. My mind is also going in another direction here with this kind of question of AI and all the ways that regulations are playing out. I mean, in 2026, there have been 38 states that have adopted or enacted artificial intelligence measures, like some sort of measure, some sort of stopgap. I mean, a lot of them are very ineffective or kind of limited in what they can do, but it's still clear that there is movement from the local level to step in and start this kind of regulation. So, there's kind of this battle happening between who's going to move quicker, who's going to move faster on being able to outpace regulation. That's definitely happening amongst the kind of AI companies, but also with the U.S. military. So I'm just, all of these things I'm weighing in my mind, Chris, as part of this kind of collective narrative of where we go from here. AI really is that kind of next revolution in technology, and applying that to kind of a military setting is one that gives me so much concern on just so many levels here. There are things that are going to happen that are going to be so difficult to even, you don't know until they happen. It's just how do you even deal with the kind of ethical conundrums and outcomes and issues that can arise, or kind of challenges or problems or failures of this kind of technology as it's so new still. So these are just all the things kind of on my mind a bit, Chris, is just even within the kind of Republican Party and even within the right wing, there's kind of differentiation on AI. Some of the kind of red states or right wing states, they're moving more towards maybe there's some enactment of regulation. It seems the anti-AI sentiment really is cutting across all distinctions of politics. It's truly a working class issue. It's a domestic issue that has such international implications, and it just kind of makes me think about how all of these different kind of moments are so connected on the domestic space and on the international kind of framework of everything too. So just a lot. Just a lot of questions.
It is a lot, but I want to point out, by the way, just because you talk about the data centers, and I think that there's something happening that isn't being noticed, and it cuts across racial, it cuts down racial lines and class lines in particular. We know that a lot of these data centers are being built in poor areas, and particularly in poor Black areas. We know that that's what's happening. If you look at other parts of the country, though, if you look at places like where I'm at, Connecticut, I work with a group called Seize the Grid that looks to, one of the things it wants to do is oppose the development of AI data centers in places that they have no business being, like next to cities, like next to villages or towns. Connecticut has 169 cities, villages, and towns, and not a lot of land up here. And, so keeping an eye on the development of these and making sure that if they are going to be developed, it's going to be with the consent of the communities that are around them and in an environmentally responsible way. Well, what we're actually finding is that they're not really developing AI data centers up here. There are some things that may be questionable, But what they're doing is they're saying, oh, we're going to build AI talent accelerators. We're going to build AI incubators. And the Connecticut state government is actually spending a lot of money along with its private partners like Google in these incubators, in these talent accelerators, they call them. And what does that mean? It means that they're not going to have a data center here. The data center is going to be somewhere else. Maybe it's in Mississippi, maybe it's in Alabama. But people in Connecticut then are going to be able to go to school or go to, there's partnerships with UConn, with St. Joseph's, University of New Haven, Conn College, Fairfield University, and others. They're developing these partnerships, these private-public partnerships, and also with the academic institutions to say, okay, come here and learn how to use AI. So some of the poorest people in the country are going to suffer with the development of AI data centers near them. And then people up in Connecticut are actually going to, use AI. It's actually removing the impact, the economic and environmental impact from where it's being used, from where it's being, where the stuff is being generated. From where the data centers are. So we're seeing this happen. I think we're seeing this a lot. Connecticut, as a very wealthy state, certainly with some poor areas, I think is kind of leading the way, unfortunately, in this, removing basically a step from the ability, from where the data centers are to where they're actually going to be used. It's in a sense, almost a resource extraction to me.
I definitely see it that way too. There's so many ways that data centers are impacting communities. It's on kind of all fronts in this way. One of the pieces of information I wanted to bring in here about data centers too is also just about how effective the fight back movements have been, which is why I wouldn't be surprised that we're going to see some kind of new potential jockeying here of making them kind of military assets as a workaround. In 2025 alone, or actually in just quarter two of 2025 alone, so like a portion of 2025 alone, $98 billion in projects were blocked or delayed, which is really crazy. That's more than all of the previous quarters since 2023. This is according to datacenterwatch.org. Really interesting resource when you kind of go into their resource that's gathering the information about the grassroots movements on the ground, and just how kind of strong these movements have become. So this timeline of research is only from June of 2025. So I can only imagine up to now, if we were to include up to now, where it will be. But the situation is very significant. Multiple activist groups all across the states, all across the country are being able to intervene and stop these projects. So I just foresee, Chris, that like the fight against AI, people are so sick of it being shoved down their throats as people, or like in corporations, or like if you work in corporate. I have a friend of mine who actually works in corporate who was telling me there's like percentages of AI use you're supposed to put in as like part of your like reports, or like whatever your workload is, you have to prove you've used AI to X amount of extent, whether or not it's useful. Like this is such a big part of kind of the core. I feel like we're in the inflection point of the core contradictions of capitalism. It's the major power conflict and environmental crisis. I mean, this is just like the acceleration of capitalism on steroids, and I can't help but think about how much and just how deeply and profoundly this comes back to the capitalist system. I'm reflecting too on like how China has been undergoing such a rapid kind of automation and such an interesting integration of AI into their daily lives. And yet, China continues to the kind of measures of unemployment and the mass challenges or new fears of AI displacement. Look at how evil China is, and they can scan your face and all of these things. But, in the U.S., we're getting our faces scanned, and apparently all the same surveillance networks are used to support people. People are winning against Flock, which is a company across the country that many local, mayors and like local towns were partnering with that do they monitor mostly like license plate readers and things like that. But they were working with ICE and working with the police in all different ways to utilize the technology as more of a mass surveillance program. So there's been quite significant opposition to FLoC. I know in Ohio, I think it was, Denver, most recently in Denver, Colorado, and a few other places around the country have successfully fought back against FLoC security and surveillance. So I think that, it's kind of an interesting moment we're in where these are all these like major contradictions that are happening. Under the capitalist system, all the most horrible things they say are going to happen under communism are happening here. It's like all the horrible things happening under socialism is like, you'll be watched every second of the day, everywhere you go. And there'll be a militarized system made to shoot you in the street if you get out of line. And it's like, well, so much of what's being built here mirrors those kinds of fears. So I don't know. I'm going in all different directions with this, Chris, but to kind of bring it home, it's to say that there is this mass movement growing in opposition to the kind of explosion of surveillance, the kind of over surveillance. I mean, even the kind of backlash of the Super Bowl's Ring camera, the commercial speaks volumes about this, that like people are very literate and very, very tuned in and plugged into how they're not going to even be bought over. Like Amazon, you can't just make us feel like this is like fun or cute to find a lost pet. Like actually, this is terrifying. So people in the U.S. these companies are forcing this upon us, and people are also simultaneously fighting back. So it's a core class issue that is coming forward, but it's also coming forward to our original kind of point here. It's coming forward in the context of these major potential global power confrontations, and it says a lot. The U.S. and Iran right now, the international situation is so in flux day by day of what's happening. The U.S. is trying to, first of all, they need help, they demand help from all their allies and allies, and then at the same time, Trump's like, well, we don't need your help. And it's kind of an interesting push and pull happening there. But across the board, just the way that the war is unfolding, it really is clear that they're attempting to do, I think they're trying to utilize and play up this AI aspect of the war as a way to kind of maybe quell some fears about boots on the ground. That's kind of an interesting train of thought, but that's also where people are at. People are very afraid of the potential for a draft that Trump has not ruled out, the potential for kind of like mass deployment, which Trump has also not ruled out. So, are the capitalists like kind of fighting amongst themselves to see if we can accelerate the possibility of no longer needing on-the-ground soldiers, which I don't believe will ever be a reality of warfare. I don't think warfare can ever be fought or won when you have absolutely no boots on the ground of a war. I don't think that even with AI and technological development and all of that, I think that there's going to be intrinsic the advantages for people who are on the ground and know their terrain best. So, all of those things are things I'm reflecting on as part of this, both the kind of mass class aspect of the pushback to AI and how that connects to the war. It connects to just all the core issues of capitalism.
Yeah, look at the way AI is being used at work right now. I think, if you look at it, last month, Shopify, during their fourth quarter earnings call, said that their best developers have not written a single line of code since December. That's Spotify. I don't know if I said Shopify or Spotify, but that's Spotify.
Yeah. Which I feel like that's a fake though. I feel like that's a day. Anyways.
I don't think so. That's the real thing. At the same time, the CEO of Shopify. This is why I was tripping myself up there. The CEO of Shopify about a year ago now put out a memo that got leaked, and I think it was intentionally leaked, basically saying that AI proficiency is not optional. It is now required. You are now basically a prompt engineer rather than a software developer, and you have to justify and get approval for not using AI in your job, not just for developers, but for HR, for finance, for marketing, everyone. And so, what they're doing here is basically saying that, like, hey, use this magic, use this, it seems like magic. And if you don't, you're going to lose your job. What they're not saying is you're probably going to lose your job anyway, because they can just find other people who will use AI to do it, rather than having the actual professional skills that you've learned for marketing or finances or programming or whatever it is. Also, Amazon at this point. There's an interesting article in The Guardian from just a few days ago talking about an Amazon developer who used to write a lot of code, and now she just writes code to fix what AI broke. That's all over the place. This is happening. It's still happening less in the physical world, so to say. You are having some robots at Amazon factories. That is happening, but on a slower scale than I think people expected to happen.
You're listening to Covert Action Bulletin, the official radio show and podcast of Covert Action Magazine, where we've been exposing the covert action of the U.S. government and plutocrats worldwide since 1978. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more of our show.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Welcome back. You're listening to Covert Action Bulletin. Covert Action has been exposing the covert action of the U.S. government and plutocrats worldwide since 1978. We're back with more of our show. But first, if you haven't already, please show your support for this station by becoming a WBAI buddy of the show. Go to WBAI.org, click the BAI buddy button, and we're asked you to choose a show to support, pick Covert Action Bulletin. You know that your donation goes to keeping WBAI running and on the air.
Definitely, Chris. The other thing I wanted to bring in here about AI too is the potential for fake AI content and how much that really impacts us when we're in the middle of a war. I mean, there's a lot of there's the reality is that there is so much fake content about the Iran war going around, and fake bots engaging with fake content. I'm also engaging with real content as well. And, I don't know if you've seen this, but X's Grok is failing to be able to actually accurately verify video footage about Iran. And it's sharing even some of its own AI generated images about the war. So not that I trusted Grok for anything, or Elon Musk or X, which they've apparently had to multiple times tweak the algorithm of Grok because it leans too woke, supposedly, for Elon, which is just kind of a funny aside, but a scary implications aside, where they have to keep changing its own internal definition. But nonetheless, the main place and people got to see in real time, especially in conflicts like this, in real time videos going around. And not to say that there's video doctoring or kind of misrepresentation or mislabeling, but we're just in a whole new era of this. We're in a whole new game of this. And you have to wonder how it affects that, especially young people are viewing this situation. AI technology, even in 2023, was not anywhere near where it is today. So the kind of live streaming the kind of genocide that people were getting, what you're getting is real video, really seeing what's happening. Not to implying at all that the majority of what we're getting in Iran is not real. It's like the question, the fact that we are what's real and what's not real can change even just the media landscape, because it becomes much more intense to verify and make sure that we know exactly what is happening and who has the right to determine what is fact and what is not. In this era to do this, not to mention that the White House is utilizing AI videos for their own kind of weird propaganda that they're putting out. I just think that all of this kind of adds up together to me, Chris, to a very right situation where people are going further and further into their holes of believing what they want to believe, and we're getting further and further away from a ability to have a shared perspective. But I do think that, regardless of the specifics or the facts, I think we're in new ways about talking about the war. This is a massively war. I don't think people even need to see videos or photos to be outraged for what they're seeing. People have been looking at online in the last few years. It's been horrible. It's been a horrible situation, and there is a type of desensitization.
Really look at something and see, like, what I don't really post on social media much anymore, but even if I'm going to send it to somebody else or use it as a citation, like, is this real? Where is this coming from? Is it AI? That's unfortunately the world that we are in. The question of, can we punish or regulate, the use of these kind of, generated images and video? That's an international question. You can't just do that. You can't have one country do that. That has to actually be that has to be done internationally. There has to be international coordination on that. I don't see the U.S. doing that anytime soon. But I do remember, when the images, in particular from Abu Ghraib, came out, we saw a very active movement, but we saw even more people interested in the anti-war movement when back in, images were published of the prisoners in Abu Ghraib, then they were going through. I remember, dog, holding a dog right in front of the female soldier had a leash, a naked male prisoner on the floor on a leash, and then some of these people will actually remember what I'm talking about. And if you go and see what is done and it's put out there, and then we're even more upset about saw that. People were being driven and abused. And, also later when John Kiriakou came out and talked about the fact that we were torturing people. The U.S. government was torturing people in Pakistan, in Syria, and other places. People were extremely angry about that, even without having images. So we can't just rely on it. And we also need to prevent ourselves from being desensitized to what we see. But speaking of the war, Rachel, and speaking of things that are actually true, we have what appears to be the first high-level resignation from the Trump administration over the war in Iran. Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, resigned on Tuesday morning. He sent a letter which he has published openly. He does thank Donald Trump for the opportunity. He celebrates the killing of Qasem Soleimani a few years ago by Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, listen, this guy's no leftist, certainly, but he says, that high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. That's directly from this letter that people should go read to see, what we're talking about. Listen, this guy's he's no leftist, he's no progressive, but still, I think the fact that this is, a very high level, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, that is an extremely high level position within the U.S. government and within the intelligence community in particular. This is very significant that we're seeing this resignation, and really, it could signal a shift in Trump's base, who many of them supported his idea, his pledge, as fake as it was, that he would launch no new wars. Many people supported that. So I don't know what you're thinking about this, Rachel.
I mean, a few things. One, there's this kind of interesting news angle that's being taken, and I don't know how true it is, but there's this I don't know how true. I never know how true these things are either, in terms of what's going on behind the scenes for the Trump administration. Who's jockeying, in what way? How are they trying to utilize kind of these moments for themselves? But of course, there's kind of this back and forth where Vance is backing Trump on Iran, but secretly keeps defending kind of his skepticisms about the war. I mean, Vance had a record of being very against, wanting to invade Iran specifically. So I'm not surprised there, but I've been seeing some of that kind of being put out. There's these divides within the right. There's this whole camps within the right who were part of the whole no forever war, we don't ever want war kind of factions that are utilizing this moment to kind of garner more support for their base and kind of try to win people, frankly, over from the left even. I mean, that's kind of who they're jockeying for, if I'm being honest, independents and people on the left, the Tucker Carlsons or the other like-mindeds of the right. I mean, I think we have to see it for what it is. I mean, even differentiations within the right they're important. Not to get too far away from the Joe Kent piece, which I'll come back to, but these differences are important to see. I think it does reflect the kind of reality of the dynamism of politics and the reality of what people think, and the kind of nature where no matter who you are as an ideologue on the right, you have to try to cater back to the true desires of working class people, which working class people do not desire war. This is a huge part of whoever you are, wherever you are. People really recognize that they're at this point in time, we don't have a lot to gain from war. It's over 60% of people are in opposition to this war. There's a variety of polls that come out. They're kind of numbers that kind of hover between 60 and 70% opposed, or generally not in favor of the war. And so I think that it's just important, though, that we see these right-wing figures for who they are and what they are. The Tucker Carlsons, even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now split with Trump, and kind of all of these, the kind of space they're trying to take up is one where they're trying to mainstream their ideology to appeal to working class people who are also, very, of course, resonating with class politics and resonating with the language about the billionaires. The right co-opts the language of the left in order to win the working class. But we can't be confused by that, that their ideology still comes back to a very specific worldview. And each one of them has a different kind of end goal here, different variations of if white supremacy is really front and center in their goals or not. Nonetheless, it's deregulation, kind of corporate and private control, all of what the people on the right, wherever they stand on the right, what they represent, this America First ideology, it all represents this vision of going back in time, getting rid of immigrants, getting rid of the core agenda doesn't change, is what I'm trying to get to. The core agenda doesn't change. It's still going to be a pro-capitalist agenda that even if they say the billionaires are doing horrible things, for them, what they want in place of that is not going to be better. So I just think we need to stay sharp in that there might be these divisions, but it's not it's hopeful in a sense that, like, the more division there is on the right, that's good to see. But we can't just say, well, this is great, they'll self-implode and there's no need to come out into the streets. There's no need. This will be over all soon. That's really not the kind of conclusions we should be drawing. If anything, now is the time more than ever to help people who are in this space, who are against the war, that they may not be bought over fully into these right-wing politics, to win them to our perspective as well, to a progressive perspective, to a working class perspective, to an internationalist perspective. So all of that, Chris. But to come back to Joe Kent specifically, I mean, I was really interested in kind of some of what he was saying here. The fact that he says that Iran poses no imminent threat to our nation. I mean, he is an intelligence official who has that's a credible statement for him to make. So it's on every level, just the kind of things that we need to see. It's important to see these kinds of resignations, and it's important to see kind of the information they give as they go along, and the fact that there is no, he's stepping down because he can't in good conscience support the war. I don't think we should take it necessarily that he is anti-war. I mean, especially what he was saying earlier, to your point earlier. But I think it's to say that there are real divisions within the right, and there are real divisions on whether or not they think this war will be successful. I tend to believe all these people jumping ship, they see the writing on the wall. They saw it from the beginning. I mean, this has been warned about on multiple instances. This is an unwinnable war. Trump is clearly dragging the U.S. into a forever war. So unless Trump finds a way out of it and there's enough pressure for Trump to find his own path off, there's really no way that this is going to end. I actually don't even know if Trump is going to have a path off. I don't know what world there will be where Iran will attack bases in the Middle East, U.S. bases in the Middle East, and the U.S. does nothing. That's going to be a very difficult, such as the escalation ladder. It's very difficult to come down the escalation ladder. So, I think that's the way I'm interpreting kind of Joe Kent's leaving. Valuable information to come out as part of it. I mean, I think we already kind of knew about the misinformation campaign, frankly. I thought it was relatively easy to see, and it didn't work very well because I think a lot of people, I mean, there's details of what that is and the specifics of it that I think we should get into. But I think overarchingly, moving people on the war in the sense that there's a disinformation campaign to get people to support the war, I don't think that it was very successful in that sense. So,
So I got to read this for you, Rachel. This came out 40 minutes ago. Because Joe Kent reported to Tulsi Gabbard, who has not said a word about Iran. Not a word. Except she was forced then by his resignation, to put out a statement. This is what she said on X as we were recording. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read these two sentences. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. That's Tulsi Gabbard. That's basically all she has said since Iran started, that we gave him information and he made a decision, completely distancing herself from the war in Iran. Not probably because she disagrees with it or with war in general, but she seems to be also of that element that says this was not the right time, this was not the right way, this was not the right, appropriate method to go about it. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is anti-war at all. You don't become the Director of National Intelligence if you're anti-war. You're not a peace person if you're the Directorate of National Intelligence. That's just not a thing. That's just not a thing that you do. You actually, that came out of some of the post 9/11 legislation. It wasn't the Patriot Act. It was another post 9/11 piece of legislation that actually created the department in a position. In any case, but very interesting. And this is where, as progressive people, as revolutionary people, we actually have to see these splits and these schisms within the ruling class and take advantage of them without taking a side in them. So if Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump are fighting with each other, then we don't have to say we support one or the other or any side, because we shouldn't. We shouldn't. Tucker Carlson is also a disgusting person. But some people like him apparently because he's supposedly anti-war or against this war. What we have to do is say, okay, we're not going to allow our language, the progressive language, to be co-opted by these forces to then bring people into things that are decidedly not progressive, right-wing things, like white supremacy, like sexism, like all of the other things that Joe Kent stands for, by the way. The guy was basically worked with Proud Boys, may have been a Proud Boy himself. But this is the opportunity when the ruling class is not able to sustain itself and to keep its own disagreements quiet. This is actually the opportunity where we have to step in.
Definitely, Chris. The other thing I wanted to say here too is that there's so many reasons why this is so important, because with this kind of Joe Kent resignation, talking specifically about how, Trump was pressured by Israel to do this. There is a right-wing approach to that, and there is a progressive approach to that. And I think that, this like floating around in kind of, the movement spaces, the anti-war spaces that I've been in, is very much so like, this is Israel's war. That's not the case. Yes, there might have been pressure because Israel's always going to pressure its own interests. That's not that doesn't feel particularly news to me. But the reality is that the U.S. for decades has wanted this war. The U.S. has been intervening and meddling in Iran's politics. Since 1953. For a very long time, the U.S. has had its own strategic orientation towards Iran. And, maybe the idea that this escalation, it's very possible that kind of Trump's relationships with Israel just push it over the edge to say, let's do it, let's escalate, let's go. But every president of the United States, regardless of what Israel's position would be, would want to move forward if they see an opportunity with Iran. That's just what it is. Trump is, on every level, I do reject the idea that this is Israel's war exclusively. This is definitely what Israel wants. This is definitely, obviously, what they're doing in Lebanon. This was their opportunity to kind of make their own moves. But the U.S. has its own interests in Iran. And I think that it can be a very distracting thing when we start to hyperfixate on Israel. And the right wing wants to hyperfixate on Israel because a lot of them are white supremacists and they want to blame Jews. And that makes it a lot easier. Israel controls America. That's you are getting into language where you're really getting away from the nuance of the reality of politics. If Israel controls America, why was it the U.S. and the West that created Israel? That doesn't quite make sense. They're two different entities that move on their own tracks, but very much so move in the same directions. So, if tomorrow Trump wants to, Netanyahu could continue with what he's doing and Trump can decide not to, and vice versa. This is how it works. So I think the right wing is utilizing this opportunity to start to sow, especially the kind of more fascistic parts of the right. They really want to sow the narrative that the Jews are behind everything horrible in the world. And it's just something that we have to be very mindful of and very aware of. Israel is a genocidal state. It's a white supremacist settler state. It's a to kind of simple slogans like "Free America from Israel." I think we're just really misunderstanding and mischaracterizing the nature of American imperialism, regardless of Israel. The U.S. has always had its own agenda in the Middle East. The Iraq War was not motivated by Israel. The Iraq War was motivated by the United States, and Israel was probably yes, this is wonderful, this is great. It's just how it goes. All of the U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, it's not going to boil down to Israel. So certainly, I wouldn't be surprised if there's unique pressures being put on in this moment, or Trump was more willing to kind of hear out this strategy that Netanyahu might have put forward. We don't know all the details of what's happened behind closed doors here, but I just think it's absurd if we take it to its most simplified conclusion and not allow it to live in the nuance that it really lives in.
We talked about it for years on this show about, what is the role of Israel versus, or vis-a-vis the United States, who is actually running things. And clearly the answer is the United States is the one running things. And I'm glad you reiterated that for us. But we are going to have to leave it right there before we go. We want to ask you again to show your support for the station by becoming a WBAI buddy of the show. Go to WBAI.org, click the BAI buddy button, and where it asks you to choose a show to support, pick Covert Action Bulletin. Your donation goes to keeping WBAI running and on the air. You've been listening to Covert Action Bulletin with Chris Garaffa
and Rachel Hu. Covert Action Bulletin is the official show of Covert Action Magazine. It is brought to you by way of WBAI 99.5 FM Pacifica Radio in New York. If you miss any of our episodes, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you can find podcasts by searching for Covert Action Bulletin, or listen on your station's archive. Well, it's time for today. Thanks for listening to Covert Action Bulletin.
Covert Action.
Hi, this is Tony Roberts, and you're listening to WBAI in New York. The voice of truth since 1960.
Remember, the whole reason New York City housing, the night housing was built the way it was understood that we did not have light coming in every window, and every room did not have air and light. People could not thrive. That was all the reason for getting rid of the tenements that go with it.
Maureen Coates, environmental lawyer with Planet A Strategies. Hi, I'm Michael G. Haskins, host of Living for the City on WBAI 99.5 FM, Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Every week, myself and senior producer Jillian Jones take an in-depth look at the city of New York as it is developing right before our very eyes. We bring on grassroots organizations fighting to have and how the community in which they live will grow and into the future. So tune in to Living for the City, Wednesdays at 11 a.m. over listener sponsors WBAI 99.5 FM and WBAI.org on the web.
This is Stephanie Wells, Executive Director of Pacifica Foundation. Congress has defunded public media, threatening...
All right, people. I'm going to call it a day. I've been sitting here too long. Clearly, there's no more rocks coming through. So, I'm calling it. If you're on your way to work or already at work, have a great rest of your day. Don't work too hard. But do your fucking job. That's what you're getting paid to do. So do it. Be nice to people. They don't deserve your bullshit attitude. Anyway, this has been New Jersey Ride. Thank you for riding with me. I'm Brother D. I can. I'll be back out here later. Hope to see you then. Shalom.